Postgraduate Program of Management, Unpar, Indonesia, Bandung. So ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has been exposing organizations to vulnerabilities in their business models and risk management approach. In a survey conducted by Aon in 2020, around 82% of its respondents said that before COVID-19, a pandemic or other major health crisis was not a top 10 risk in the organization risk register. As emerging risks will continue to challenge organizations across all industries, organizations have to prioritize enterprise risk management, ERM, to build resilience, widen their perspective, and elevate ERM as a critical business priority. This webinar also held as part of the grand final of the International Risk Management Case-Solving Competition, IRMCC 2021. The competition, which was open for undergraduate students all around the world, was participated by 85 teams from 6 countries. And the grand final will start at 1 p.m. today, so make sure you join us in the grand final as well. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start or kick off our webinar, I would like to let you know the ground rules for our webinar today. So team, please show the participants the ground rules for today's webinar. Ms. Fikri, Mr. Fikri or Ms. IC, please.
It seems IC doesn't.
Hello,
well.
Ms. IC. Okay, is there any trouble?
Okay, yeah, Ms. Nita, please give them by yourself because it's some trouble with Fikri.
Right. Okay, sure. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to our panelists today, please write down your question at the Q&A button. It is on the bottom of your screen. So please write down your question and please inform us your name, your organization, your question, and to whom that your question you would like to ask the questions to. All right, so your name, your organization, and your question in the Q&A panel at the bottom of your screen. So ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the webinar today, I would like to invite Dr. Antonius Alijoyo, IRMCP CRG, the chairperson of Center for Risk Management and Sustainability, to deliver his welcoming note. So Dr. Alijoyo, please, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Nita. First of all, I'd like to say thank you, of course, to the organizing committee who make it today event is possible to happen. And of course, then welcome to all the participants in the international case solving competition that already been mentioned by Nita. This year, we conduct quite many teams and we invite quite many teams from many countries, but we focus on the Asia first there. And surprisingly, and of course then happily, we accept quite number of a very good team, which is actually a very good indication that we are moving together as a regional ASEAN. And then it is younger, much younger generation, especially when we compare to many of us that sitting around as a judge or as a speaker. It is a very good because we can grow together, we can shape together, we can move together. And yesterday, if I may pick up that actually ASEAN as a regional economic growth is something that actually at the spotlight of the global economy. So that it is the younger generation. Then we talk about risk management. and we are actually at the spotlight of the economic growth. So this is all good things. So then, now the second point is, on top of saying thank you to the participant, I would like also to thank you very much to our rector of Parahyangan Catholic University, Pak Bangadar Situmorang, who actually fully support of this activity, so it could make it happen very smoothly. And of course, then my colleague in Parahyangan Catholic University, Dr. Istiharini, Dr. Melianti, Nita Priscilla, that I cannot mention one by one, but all the combined effort make this thing is happening, and of course that enjoying, I would say, not just the result but also the process. Lastly, but of course not the least one, I would like to thank you to my colleague Pak Datuk Lim, that because we have been together quite long, including our last co-visit in Uzbekistan, representing our own country to speak out and voting on agreeing certain standard of risk management. So this is something actually the voice of Asian country also heard at equal footing level as compared to the other country. So my friend Dato' Lim is spoken out person, yeah, not as spoken, not as outspoken as myself, but we make it really things go through and heard as a country. Second, of course, then not yet here is my old friend too, but he never admit he's old. Yeah, he's the professor of Peter Verheusen. He's actually the visiting lecturer of Melbourne Business School, visiting lecturer in so many university, top notch, but he's based in Belgium, in Antwerpen University. So he's actually a very, very deep scholar who actually put a lot of interest in enterprise management today, especially those digital related things. Lastly, but lastly again, yeah. Also, I would like to say thank you to the judge, international judge, who's going to make it sure that at 11 p.m. we are going to run a kind of a panel judge discussion that consists of my colleague Colin Adam. He's actually the Asia Pacific head of Cardno, one of the largest emerging market consulting. Professor Peter Verheusen himself, Imelda Tiongson, I cannot say you are my old friend, but one of my best friend. Rather than I got smacked by her. One of my best friends from Philippines. She's one of the very few chairperson of a very large investment company that's really put a lot of effort, excitement, and enthusiasm in risk management. Thank you, Imelda. And we also going to invite another judge like Ahmad Hassan, and also who once more, Nita?
Alan Simmons and Colin Adams, Pak.
Yeah, Alan Simmons from Cambridge City. Despite his concern about the time zone, but he's so excited in supporting this activity. Alan is one of the very few also that we participated in GDPR, in the TOGA, in everything related to the international digital movement. So without any further ado, again, I'd like to welcome, of course, then the participants of these occasions, not just now, but also that at 111, and of course then our Rector Pak Mangadar Situmorang, yeah, to give a speech after this. But if not, if you don't mind, Pak, we always make a tradition after I give a short speech, we would like to share a little bit the march of alumni of Parahyangan Catholic University Economic Faculty. Because you are going to see one of the best actress. Yeah, but you must guess, Pak. Who?
Very keen to see. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Andon.
Thank you so much. So I give it back to Nita Priscilla. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ali Joyo, for the welcoming speech. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Mangadar Situmorang, PhD, Director of Parahyangan.
Marsika FA first, please.
Oh, oke, Pak. Marsika, oke, Pak. Thank you very much, team. What an energized, spirited song, Pak. Dr. Antonius Alijoyo. Thank you, Pak. Okay, next, I would like to invite Mr. Mangadar Situmorang, PhD, Director of Parahyangan Catholic University, Indonesia. Pak Mangadar, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Nita. I have the great privilege this morning to meet you all in this virtual meeting, and especially to greet everyone. And I'm very glad also because knowing each other in a very good health and good condition. Pak Anton Alijoyo, thank you so much. You're a great man. Yeah, you do a lot of job, even though that you are now facing in the kind of, let's say, self-quarantine or maybe a kind of, let's say, self-recovery program. So thank you very much, Pak Anton.
Thank you so much, Pak.
And of course, as you said already about Professor Datuk, yeah, he's great man of action. And the First Lady, Imelda Youngson. So great to see, great to meet you all in this time, and very glad again to know that you are very well. So thank you very much for joining this program. Of course, my great colleagues from Parahyangan Catholic University, especially the study program of management, Mbak Isti, Fernando, Nita, and all friends, yeah, from the Faculty of Economic of Parahyangan Catholic University. A big thank you also for organizer of this webinar and case solving competition in risk management. To the Center of Risk Management and Sustainability under the leadership of Pak Andon, yeah, here with us. Thank you very much again for this collaboration. Again, of course, with my friend, my colleagues from Parahyangan Catholic University, IRMA, and also LSP MKS, and also IRMA PA. Yeah, this kind of collaboration is a great job and highly appreciated. Thank you also to the organizing committee. Yeah, not only the academic staff, but also students are also involved in this program. And of course, a special thank you to the high esteemed speakers for this webinar, for sharing your knowledge, sharing your experience, sharing your values about, again, the significance of risk management. Thank you and congratulations also to the all participants, especially those get involved in the competition. So to the teams, to the delegates from different parts of the university across the region, from Singapore, from Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and also, of course, from our fellow country, Indonesia, from Jakarta, Bogor, Bandung, Surabaya, and etc. Congratulations for taking part of in this webinar and competition. Pak Anton, Pak Datuk, Ibu Imelda, I call you Ibu Imelda, yeah, Miss Imelda again. I don't have anything to say about risk management, about the topic that you are the expert for that one. But my sharing is about that I am also now, we are now also dealing with the kind of, let's say, situation of volatility, uncertainty, yeah, complexity and ambiguity, the one we call VUCA. And not just in the global level or regional level, and even in a very special units like university that I am now chairing this university. We are dealing with that kind of, let's say, big challenge. Yeah. But we are lucky We are already equipped with many things, including the kind of, let's say, a revolutionary change in information and technology. We rely very much on data and also on social reality. So we try to use this kind of things for us to deal with this big challenge. Above all, of course, we are also equipped with our rationality, logic, experience, and probably also about the feeling and instinct, and of course, our spirituality. So this is probably some sort of things that we are using in dealing with the kind of, let's say, uncertainty in our daily life and also in our organization and society. So we thank you very much, Pak Anton. We thank you very much, Pak Datuk. Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Imelda, and my colleagues from management. Yeah, Mbak Isti, yeah, Fernando, and all. And we congratulate and very best wish for all teams and delegates in this competition. Thank you, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Mangandar.
Okay, thank you, Pak Mangadar Sitomorang, for the welcoming speech. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our final discussion, I would like to kick off the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021 Grand Final by delivering the case study and the questions to all the 6 finalists that who already here with us today. So all of you, the 6 teams, the 6 finalists, are you ready? So by now, the case study and the questions are already delivered to your email. So please check your email, and you will have 2 hours to work on the case study and answer the questions posed from the case study. All right, so 2 hours, and please keep your camera on during these 2 hours. All right, so check your email, and please, you can start work from now until 11:30. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now we will move on to the next event today, which is the panel discussion, which will be led by Mr. Fernando Mulia. Mr. Fernando Mulia, Sergeant Economy, Master of Computer, is a lecturer in Management Department, Parahyangan Catholic University, Indonesia. He is also a certified SCORE program trainer from International Labor Organization, and also certified graphologist, certified assessor for Assessment Center. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Fernando Mulia to lead the panel discussion. So Mr. Mulia, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Nita. Yes, good morning, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Fernando Mulia, and I will be moderator for this morning webinar. Today's webinar is part of, as you know, as also mentioned before by Nita, today's webinar is part of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021, which is hosted by Center for Risk Management and Sustainability in collaboration with Management Department, Parahyangan Catholic University. The main theme today for today's event, for the whole event, is Enterprise Risk Management, IRM, a pathway towards organization resilience and sustainability post-COVID-19. In this webinar, we will have 2 speakers, Professor Peter van Heesen and also Dato Insinyur Lim Tong Kang. Okay, I would like to remind that please do not hesitate to type in your question at Q&A section. And if we have the chance, we might allow you to open mic to ask your question directly. The first section will be delivered by Dato Insinyur Lim. I will read his brief resume. Dato Insinyur Lim Tong Kang is a professional engineer. He holds an MBA degree. He has 32 years of working experience in generation, transmission, and distribution in Tenaga Nasional Berhad TNB, Malaysia. He supervised the erection and commissioning of Kenyer hydro generators and GIS substation, He also designed the electricity supply scheme for the iconic KLCC building, or you might know as Twin Tower Petronas in Kuala Lumpur, as well as the first light rail transit LRT and monorail transport system in Kuala Lumpur. He also involved in electricity load forecasting while serving as a system planner. He was the former Chief Risk Officer of Tenaga Nasional Berhad, where his main responsibility was to ensure effective risk management is implemented across TNB Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dato' Insinyur Lim Tong Kang. Dato', the screen is yours.
Thank you, Pak Fernando Mulia, and good morning to Nita. Good morning to my good friend, brother Dr. Pak Anton, and good morning to Pak Rector, Pak Paganda Situmura, and Ibu Iti, and Miss Emeda, and the rest of the panelists and the judges. And good morning to everybody. So first, I'd like to say thank you to CRMS for inviting me for this. To me, I think is a very, very good initiative by the university and the CRMS to have this case study competition for the student. And just now, I think Ms. Nita have posed a question to the student, and to test the student, I said, you are actually very, in Malaysia, we call it very kejam lah. You give them 2 hours to prepare and come and answer. I think it's good because this is the title of this topic, resilient. Resilient, if you look at the definition, is adaptability. You must be able to adapt and adopt into a changing environment. I believe this must be Dr. Pak Anton punya idea to push the student into this changing environment. Well done to the organizer. Okay, I think the Pak Fernando Mulia have briefly mentioned by my CV, and I'm an engineer. I know today we have 160 participants in this webinar seminar, and I believe most of them are non-engineers. So please excuse me when my presentation is more focused on the utility. As Dr. Anton had mentioned, I'm actually a professional engineer, work in Tenaga Nasional, just like PLN in Indonesia, for the last 38 years. And I just retired 1.5 months ago. So when Nita and Pak Anton approached me to share this, I just said, I have retired. Do you still want a retiree to talk to the academician? I believe most of these are academician and professor. Nita said, Pak Anton said, you must come. He as a good friend, brothers, I don't think I can decline the invitation. So I accept the invitation and quickly summarize some of what I have done, especially those in my company preparing for the COVID-19. Okay, can you please go to the next slide? Okay, yep. So my title is how do we pulling through this COVID-19 pandemic? Next slide. Okay, so I will split my presentation into 3 scenarios: pre-crisis, during crisis, and post-crisis. And you can see that I put a recovery dot, mean we have not come to that stage. We are basically at the during crisis. But we thought we already almost there. So that's why we also prepared during that time. But this recovery stage been dragged so long. But anyhow, we will still touch a bit on this. Next slide. Okay. Everybody still remember this COVID-19, it started sometime in November in Wuhan, China. So when this breakout was announced to the world, many countries in the world I think that never mind, that is only in China. Probably it wouldn't affect us. Probably it would take long time to come to our country. And of course, some of the utility, some of the company and the CEO or the country or the government have taken some proactive action. And most of us actually at the observing stage, because we still don't know what is this monster, we call it monster, that we are facing. So in Tenaga National, so when we've had all these things, so November, December, we actually prepare ourselves. We get those important division. Please go back to the drawing board. Look into your BCP, your business continuity plan. Re-look back, enhance it. So in our customer service, in our distribution, in our transmission generation, and in our counter, our revenue protection department, we go back to drawing board to look into the BCF. And we done it. And back in January, me as a BCM secretariat, or basically an advisor for the BCM in the company, I and myself with the VP HR, the group HR, because we know it affects our staff safety. So two of us approach our CEO, we want to have a full drill. So after a few weeks planning, so we did, that is the first slide in the first column. So we have our full-fledged drill on 31st January. To our expectation, we found a lot of weak link. So we corrected the weak link during that full drill. And we get ourselves more prepared for this monster to come. And we also, during that time, we set up a working group to brainstorm what should we do. And I think we are one of the earliest organizations in the country start thinking of splitting the operation, because a utility, we cannot afford the power supply to cut off. I think in Jakarta, you have a power cut off 2 years back. I think you know how difficult and how economy will be impacted if the power supply is down. So we came up with, we tell all the control people, the important people, please split into team A, team B. We call it AB team, team A, team B. So we are among the earliest, even without any case be spotted in our organization, we started. February, I remember, we started our team A, team B team. And we, on top of it, not only team A, team B, we find the alternative site. Control center in our headquarters, our backup center in Klang, somewhere about 50 kilometers away from our site. Our call center in somewhere in PJ. We have another call center in Bangi, those in KL, you know KL. So we have split up even not only the team and the operation side. And of course, we know this pandemic, IT, ICT is very important. So we actually set up our ICT control room, and we enhance our ICT facility. And on top of it, we started, how can we work from home? Of course, we heard about many people talking about work from home, balanced life work, all these things. And we wanted to implement during this time. And we have the work processes ready before even any cases happen in our company. Next slide. Then slowly come to February, March. Then we say, okay, we must control those staff who actually visited those so-called hotspot area. And we also place all this, now you can see very common is those infrared temperature. During that time, we purchased something like 30 to 40 infrared temperature scanner. And those staff who actually I mentioned visited those in the, especially some of them went to Indonesia, went to India, went to China. So when they come back, we tell them to work from home 14 days. We are not asking them to go on leave, but they work from home. So these are the precautions that we had done prior crisis. And we did one deep, the deep cleaning. That means we have been cleaning every day on our premises, and we get 2 contractors that approved by our Ministry of Health to do deep cleaning. Of course, nowadays you see this quite common. Before pandemic, this is one of the rare things that we look into it. Probably we clean the building, a deep cleaning, that guy like astronaut come in, all this thing, now is so common. Before that, it was so, when you see this, everybody's scared. And on top of it, on the 3rd column, that we actually bought a lot of PPE for our staff. 35,000 staff, we provide them with masks, we provide them with sanitizer, everything during that time. So these are the preparatory work that we have done pre-crisis. Next slide. And as a power utility, 55% of the power supply in Malaysia is coal-fired plant. I understand in Indonesia, you have about 80 to 90%. So coal-fired plant is very important. The important is the coal supply. Because Malaysia, we do not have coal, so we import the coal from Indonesia, from Russia, from Australia, from South Africa. So we make sure we have enough of coal stock. That is for the operation on our power plant. And those distribution and transmission, those important parts, we also critical parts, we get all our supplier to get ready. So we said we are not quite sure when it's going to start, when it's going to supply chain is going to cut. So we get all this ready. And one of the important thing is the communication. Communication, I think most of the country now put this most important part of it to communicate, to let the people know how you must do. When anything happens, you go to Pusat Kesihatan, that is the district health office, to inform them that whatever cases that has spotted in your place. The communication is important. Next slide. You look at that, the top row there, on the 14th March, I still remember, that is around 9:30 at night. After my dinner, I was watching TV, following the international news. I received a call from our VP, Chief People Officer, the crisis commander, telling me that one of our staff came back from holiday and it was confirmed positive. So what should we do? And then during that night, my advice to them is, this guy came back a week back and he also went to the office. What should we do? I straight away told them we should operate, initialize the crisis room. And we assembled at 12 o'clock midnight in our headquarters to prepare what we're going to do at the Saturday night. And we told them this is the first time that we look into it. So we gathered about 12 of us. We sat down, and then what we're going to do on the Sunday, what we're going to do on the Monday. And we actually activate our crisis room. We call it category 2 because this is only affected to a small portion of the staff. Okay, next. So since 14 March, we have this. During that crisis happened, what we do? Okay, you look into it. Can you go back to the slide? Go back, one more slide, go back. Okay, down there you can see we have the daily meeting. And this committee escalate, we call it JEK or we call GEK, Group Executive Committee, in any information they find is relevant to the rest of the people. And we also cascade whatever decision to the crisis team, the rest of the country, to tell them what are the things they need to do. Okay, next slide. So you look at that, we have daily meeting, we have identified close contact, and I'm sure these are the things that now you Indonesia also been doing it. I don't have to go into detail. Okay, next. During that time, also very important, especially you should look into it, the second bullet. We have special JEK meeting. We call it Group Executive Council Committee meeting, chaired by CEO, twice a week, every Tuesday and Friday. And all the meetings are carried out through WebEx, because even the top executive, we split Team A and Team B. I'm one of the members in that meeting. During that meeting, the first half an hour is CFO report. How is our cash collection? How is our financial status? What are the payment going to make for the next 2 months, 2 weeks, then 4 weeks? Report every meeting to understand our situation. And all the side project was actually stopped. We have a big solar project in Bukit Selembao. It was stalled for about a month plus, but luckily we commissioned last November, and it was now on full operation now. And we also have overseas investment. So our CEO have actually instructed our international asset group to monitor our overseas investment very closely, and they have a WebEx meeting practically every alternate day to understand the situation in India, the situation in Turkey, the situation in Pakistan, and the situation in Saudi Arabia. But luckily, I think in the first bullet, we do not have any material power disruption because of our teamwork, and our team are still follow the SOP very closely. Next slide. Okay, I think work from home now is quite common for the many countries like Malaysia and Indonesia. But we started our full-fledged work from home with 70% staff 4 days after the first case was spotted in Tenaga Nasional. And the ICT part, the cybersecurity is one of the important things that we look into it. We actually activate our cybersecurity action room with our staff man there at 24 hours to monitor those so-called alien or invited guests want to come into our system. Surprisingly, I think, or maybe I wouldn't say surprisingly, expectedly, during that time, we have seen so many unwanted guests trying to come into our domain. So far, our guy is still doing their job well, I think, but very difficult to say. There are so many power utility have been hacked nowadays. So we hope this thing won't happen in our company. And our HR have done a few surveys, especially because work from home. Work from home for the family member, not much a problem. But in Kuala Lumpur, we still have a sizable of staff who actually weekend husband or weekend wife. They work here, they rent a room, they go back weekend, they go back to Ipoh, they go back to Malacca. These are the people facing tough challenge, because staying in a room alone and you can't do much is actually, we can't imagine that type of hectic, that type of pressure, mental pressure they have. So our HR also do a little bit of discussion, counseling there. Next slide. Yep, you can see we, like many companies, communication is important. We have poster, we have daily reporting, we have CEO message, and we track the cases by day so that everybody know if what happened. Even we track the Sabah, just for the rest of the people, Sabah Power Electricity is our subsidiary. So we also help them to operate them, and we also help them to, in this crisis, to manage the COVID-19. Next slide. Okay, so, and during that time, we do not have red zone, but now, of course, almost about 50% of the country allocated as a red zone. When the red zone is total lockdown, but during the time when we prepared how to handle the red zone. So we put in the control center, we put in the bed bunk, the army bed. We put in those dry food in case we locked down for 2 weeks. And all this thing was done during March time for the preparation. And the corporate social responsibility. As a company, I think we have actually pledged during, you can look at it, just a week later, we pledged 10 million to our government to fight against the COVID. And the staff have actually, and the company and the staff have donated 17.5 million for the states, because every state also required fund to combat the COVID-19. So these are the social responsibility that have put out by the staff and the company. Next slide. Okay, well, I think I'm coming to the second last slide. Post-crisis recovery, as I said, the recovery is still yet to come, but these are the few things that we intend to do. Yes, the first one is actually when the people come back. Now, at the moment, we probably have a 60% or 70% work from home. When they come back, how to handle it. And we must continue to look into it, how it's going to affect our operation, our financial. And of course, until today, the crisis room still been activated. It has been about a year plus. It's not easy. We need to start to think how to deactivate the crisis room. And of course, like other people, the post-mortem to improve our BCM plan for the future is very important. My last slide. Next. The way forward. I think the way forward, just like the title says, post-pandemic. As I mentioned, we are still not yet coming to recovery stage. By the company, by any organization, three things you look into it. Your customer, your staff, your processes. How you want to handle it. A customer, now, I think just like CRMS, like IRMA, 3 years back, you organized a IR 4.0 seminar. They were very good. During that time, still very small percentage of people embrace IR 4.0. I think now many people are going to it. If you are actually retail people, the digital marketing is the direction to go. If you are using a lot of manpower in your manufacturing processes, automation is the direction that you need to start to think of. So to me, I think the digital part is very important for way forward. The second part for the people, and many few countries now start talking about we must coexist with this virus just like a flu. This morning, our DG, our Director General also mentioned, we have to accept the fact this virus is going to be with us long time. Current mitigation is vaccination program. So many countries are looking into fasten the vaccination program. I'm sure in Indonesia and Malaysia. So vaccination program is for the staff, protect the safety of the staff. Of course, dollar and cent money. In Malaysia, like other countries, I think Indonesia also, the government provide grants. So for the small SME, SMI, small medium industry or enterprise, you probably have limited fund. But now many government are providing fund for you, for grant for you to do your business operation. Last week, I attended a seminar by the SME Malaysia. Malaysia government provided quite a number of fund or grant for them to go to IT workshop training, or you want to advertise your product through the social media. The money you don't have, you can apply. So these are one of the areas that you can look into it. And I will urge those company or those people or the consultant or the researcher, if your client have not done any business impact analysis, BIA, before the pandemic, do it now. There is never say too late. Do it now, and even now the recovery is coming. Post-pandemic, how it's going to impact your business? How much cash reserve that you have? Where are you going to raise your fund? But nowadays, people are no more focused on how many square meter that you require for the office space. Probably you have extra office space. You are in the REIT business bridge, that means you're renting out the office space. You should start the impact. Post-pandemic, people no more needing that type of office space. So that are very important for our future, for the post-pandemic arena. Last but not least, next slide. Yes, I urge everybody, we have to embrace. It's actually become a new norm. COVID-19 is not over yet, and everybody going to do whatever physical protection that you have, whatever PPE that you have, and it's going to be a norm for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Lim.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Datuk. Yeah, what an inspiring session, Datuk. We have heard about your experience about the crisis in Tenaga Nasional Berhad. Yes, I know some question already popped in Q&A box and also in chat, but we will have our discussion later, as our schedule for this Q&A will be at 10:40 later on. Now we will continue with second section by Professor Peter Verheesen, PhD. But before that, allow me to read his brief summary CV. Peter is a visiting professor for global political economy, global strategy, and emerging markets, managing paradoxes, governance, entrepreneurship, and sustainability at the University Antwerp and Antwerp Management School, Belgium, since 2013. He also managing partner of Verheesen and Associate Limited, a consultancy firm that specializes in coaching and advising top management and board, focusing on risk management and digital strategy, corporate governance, and sustainability. In addition, Peter collaborates with the International Finance Corporation, IFC World Bank Group, as a senior advisor addressing corporate governance issue in the Asia-Pacific region. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Peter Verheesen, PhD. Professor Peter, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Do you see me quite well? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you very well.
All right. Do you mind to put the presentation online then? I think Nita has the presentation, so.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, I'll just will then say next slide as my predecessor, Datuk Lim, right? All right, let's go for the next slide. All right, so what I want to do today is briefly talk about risk from a broader perspective. So I decided to think a little bit about some conceptual issues that we face with when we're dealing with crises like with COVID. Now, in contrast to Datuk Lim Tong Nikang, what I want to do is I want to explore a little bit some conceptual understanding of how management boards and even operational people can think about how to deal with risks in general. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I'm writing a book. It's called Wising Up in an Era of Artificial Intelligence. And Antonius knows that I'm quite interested in artificial intelligence digitization and also around the issue on sustainability. So the two themes, the background of what I'm going to show you is basically, okay, we know that most organizations, be it in Europe, US, but also very clearly also in Asia, are embracing digital transformation. There is no doubt in my mind that an organization long-term will not survive without having gone through that. So one of my points is that the future is digital. There is no organization that will survive without that. So that's one. Second, you could see during the COVID time over the last 1.5 years that there has been a change in perception about sustainability, especially Europe, US, but also in Asia. And so with that background, so the future is digital, but the future should also be more sustainable, otherwise we won't have a future. I have developed a kind of a framework which I like to share with you today. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of a complicated slide, but let me try to explain. So indeed, we are living in a VUCA world. We're looking in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, and has been aggravated by crises like COVID-19. What this slide shows you, you just imagine a bell curve, the normal bell curve that you know, meaning what are the probabilities that, let's say there is a return on investment of 15% or 20. Usually it's in the middle, and then you have the outliners, both negative as positive. So you have a few companies who are really making a lot of money, and then companies who are not doing that well. And obviously the COVID crisis has aggravated, in a sense, organizations, some organizations are thriving. Again, the digital tech companies, as we all know, but then some companies, restaurants, you just name it, they suffer quite a bit. What I've done is I turned that bell curve around. And the reason for that is to show you very clearly where strategy and risk management comes in. So if you're looking at this curve now, so you see in the middle, I'm not sure whether you see my pointer here. So the middle is, let's say, the average. In this case, let's call it the enriching the shareholders, and you serve the stakeholders, be it return on invested capital, be it the willingness to pay a price for a certain product, whatever it is you mention or you measure. Just above that average, I call it good corporate governance practices to guarantee that the board and organizations are doing the right thing. But what I really want to show is that somehow, if we talk about risk, it's about volatility, especially in capital markets. What is the volatility of a stock? And that's the usual, the usual measurement or a proxy, if you like, for uncertainty. It's a measurement of risk. But one of the things that what we need to think of, okay, what is happening in extreme cases? And that is what I call here number 3 down, risk that you didn't take or risk that you took, negative risks that you're going to regret afterwards. And as Dr. Lim was saying before, you need to prepare yourself for certain events. And yes, COVID will be with us for a while. So what are the decisions you should have taken and you didn't, and that are now regrettable because you would have been better off? These are decisions that you have to think of, and that's what I will try to explain. All right, next slide, please. This one, just I didn't want to show that, but as you all know, this is the ISO 31000 of risk issues. I'm going to put it into a broader framework, but you've seen this, you've known that. You basically, in order to deal with risk, you need to understand that, you need to identify them, you need to analyze, and then of course evaluate, and then you treat them. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. One of it, and that's the bell curve on the left-hand side up here. You see that same bell curve here. So again, I turn that bell curve around vertically. One of the things that boards and top management needs to do when they are investing is to understand what is the risk appetite that an organization may have. And quite surprisingly, I didn't see in my life many, with the exception of banks, because they're heavily regulated, but I didn't see many organizations at the top level who understand what is the maximum value at risk, or what is the risk appetite an organization may have. In other words, what are the bottom lines that you are willing to take in terms of investing capital or risking capital when you're approaching or you're preparing for the future. So when we talk today, what we call here today's value, the mark to market value, the left hand side, that is what you have today. The future, that is by definition uncertain, is what we call in finance the tomorrow's possible values, or the mark to future. And that can go up or it can go down. We don't know what's going to happen. That's the risk you run. But what's important is that blue triangle, or sorry, the blue rectangular, is basically you have to determine as a board what is the maximum capital that you're willing to risk. And determining that very clearly, as I said, banks are required by the regulator to do so. However, most organizations by law do not have to do that, but it's quite good practice to do so. So that's another thing I just want to say, that in order to prepare yourself for future and crises, it's always good to have that risk appetite, which is really determining how much you're willing to lose, if you like. Yes, please. Next slide. And that means that's the function of a board. It is the management that is basically running the business and is exposed to risk. They know what to do on a daily basis, but it's really the board's practice to, first of all, determine your risk appetite, and of course also what is your risk capacity, because sometimes you're in a business and you didn't prepare. We know the future is uncertain, and therefore you cannot always prevent certain crises to take place. But if you cannot prevent them, you need to be able to prepare yourself. Very simple example. Many years ago, I was advising some banks in Indonesia. And as you all know, Indonesia is full of volcanoes. One of the things that you may have is, if something happens in Java, well, you need, as a bank especially, you need to be able to be up and running 24 hours after a disaster, if that would take place. And so one of the things we did with IBM was, that was a time that banks were using mainframes. Today it's all in the cloud. But those days, we had to set up a disaster recovery center outside Java. In other words, we don't know when a volcano will burst or when a disaster will occur. But what we do know is, if it will happen, you as a bank need to be prepared. So you need to have the processes and procedures in place, including a site in place that will guarantee you up and running within 24 hours. So that is what the board's responsibility is. It is the management then that will run it. It's just a kind of a small example. Yes, please. Next slide. Now, maybe just next slide straight away. All right. When we talk about risk, in my diagram before, and I know I went fast to it, when you talk about risk, it is basically usually traditionally seen as, what is it that you do to prepare yourself for events to take place, negative threats, as I just mentioned, the disaster recovery for a bank. But also, obviously, you can think about operational risk or external risks. And operational risks, or any kind of risk that you run. And that is always with the idea, okay, how to be ready when something happens, or how to prevent a risk. KKN corruption, for example, is a risk that you shouldn't take. That's something you can prevent. This is part done by procedures and so on and so forth. So that's the risk part. But if you're just focusing on risk, that doesn't guarantee you that you will be a champion in business. You also need to look at the other side of the coin, which is what I call strategy. So risk is looking at, most of the time, the negative threats and how to either prepare or to prevent them to take place. Strategy is really about, what is it that you do? And that's to do with, one, what's your value proposition to customers? And with the COVID, things are changing. We've all seen that home delivery and so on and so forth is a quite powerful value proposition that may have not been that popular 2 years ago, but today everybody in the world is apparently doing it. And then the second part of a strategy is, okay, how are you going to deliver that value proposition, which is through your tailored value chain? And that's basically looking at your willingness to pay to the customers, and on the supply side and the employee side is the willingness to supply. Now, again, it's a theory I'm not going to explain in detail, but what I want to just put the framework is, okay, you have the risk side at one hand, and then the other side of the coin is the strategy. And that's still important to keep in mind when we talk business. Next slide, please. Now, this is what I really want to talk. What is changing since COVID? Well, in fact, before already, but definitely COVID has speed up the process. You need to be accomplished. You need to be commercially savvy in order to survive in any situation. And that means you need to be accomplished. But second to that is you need to be smart. You need to make reasonable decisions, which is my second point here. Reasonable decision means you overcome biases that we all have and you enhance insights. You try to be innovative. That is what strategy does. And overcoming biases and errors is what risk management does. And that makes you a smarter decision or maker. However, today, that's not going to be good enough. With this whole debate around sustainability, including in Asia, you need to take into account social, ethical, and environmental issues. And that's what I call responsible decision making. And that is what I describe here as wising up. Be a wise decision maker. Okay, and that's exactly the book that hopefully will appear at the end of the year that I'm in a moment writing. Next, please. Next slide. All right, now this is a little bit more messy, but I hope you will see the reason why I did do this. What is a smart decision? As I said earlier, it's being reasonable. Now, what does that mean, being a reasonable decision maker? There's three elements today, I believe, that needs to be taken into account. One is, at the left-hand side here, predictability. Predictability is exactly what risk management try to do. What is it? It is basically trying to reduce uncertainty by reducing errors in our decision-making and also reducing biases. It's trying to be as conscious as you can in your decisions, right? And somehow, artificial intelligence can help you to predict the future slightly better, especially in particular circumstances. Not always, but it definitely is able to look for patterns that we, with our eyes, may not even be able to discern, whereas artificial intelligence does. For example, radiologists today in hospitals use artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence is even more precise as experts in discerning particular potential diseases to take place in the future, or looking at certain patterns that indicate a certain disease. Now that means you increase your predictability, in this particular case, patients, that allows you to come up with better diagnosis and with better medicine. Similar in business. If you know that the particular trends will take place and are taking place, but it's still unclear, using certain tools will help you to be ahead of competitors. And that predictability that you may have will allow you to take advantage and to be competitive in that sense. So that's one element. The second element is the number two here, adaptability. That basically requires an attitude of continuous learning. It's leading to innovative insights. It's basically what I call innovative strategic management. It is adapting to situations like COVID, adapting to a position that you may not have thought before, but willing to take, risk, quote unquote, which is then a strategic risk because it's your core business, including the digital transformation I've been talking about. That may allow you to come up with insights that are going to help you to thrive in a post-COVID environment. And the last one, and that's crucial, is the number three you see here, resilience or grit. Now, what is resilience? Resilience is basically the quality to remain persevere in times of difficulties. We all know in relationships in our life that in crises, you know your real friends. In crises, you know who you can count on. Now, that's exactly the same in business. And what you do see is it's in crises like COVID that you see the real leaders standing up. You see that those organizations with leaders that are resilient they are the ones that will survive. And so it's that kind of combination of predictability, which is related to risk management. Number two, adaptability, looking for more innovative insights, which is related to strategy. And then number three, that attitude, which is almost a psychological attitude of resilience, that gravitas, having a North Star, having that kind of clear vision, what you can do and you cannot do, which is somehow related to values that I will talk about in a minute. Those three elements will lead or allow an organization, you as a leader, to create value. And the reason then I added this kind of symbolic circle with the diagram in the middle is this kind of dialectic thinking, because you all know world is not black and white. And that's related also to paradoxes. How do you deal with paradoxes, which is not a topic what I will explain you, but again, something I explain in my book. But it's as long as you know that if you have those three elements, predictability, adaptability, and resilience, you will most likely be able to come up with smarter decisions than your competitors, and take into account that you need to be thinking dialectically in terms of overcoming opposing ideas, overcoming, let's say, trying to see clear within the gray, let's say, reality. The reality is usually messy and grayish, not black and white. Well, that will allow you to come up with these smart decisions. Next slide, please. All right, what I've done then is I'm trying to deconstruct now these elements. As you see, the same elements you see here clearly: predictability, adaptability, resilience. Those three is what creates value and leads to performance. Something that we also need to add is randomness or luck. This is something you cannot. As a scientist, we all know, if you're looking at empirical hypothesis testing, and me as a former entrepreneur, you know that if you sell a product, you can, I mean, in my case, I mean, we was an IBM spin-off, and we developed CRM systems, software for organizations in Southeast Asia. We were quite successful, but in all fairness, we were also lucky. And that luck is something that it's hard statistically to pinpoint down. And so even in COVID, it's not all our fault that you will run in issues or you have problems. Obviously, it's COVID. But if you would have been better prepared, you may have an easier time today. Now, again, having said that, we cannot, the world cannot exclude luck, fortune, randomness. So I'm put that explicitly in the equation. So you can be a smart leader by having those three elements: predictability, adaptability, and resilience. But you need to take into account, or you should be humble enough to acknowledge that randomness and luck can play its part. And I'm also mentioning here, yes, artificial intelligence can help to enhance particularly predictability and adaptability to a certain extent. Next slide, please. All right. Now, what is the difference then between smart and wise decision-making? Smart decision-making is the rectangular that we just spoke about. Now, what is then wise decision-making? I'm adding here two variables. One is clearly a kind of visionary purpose, a meaningful purpose of what it is that your organization stands for. And even more important, I call it here the ESG impact, which stands for the environment, social, and governance impact, the so-called non-financial objectives that today more and more are part of the reporting requirements in Europe, not yet in Asia, but you can see that investors more and more are looking at, okay, what is your organization doing in terms of ESG impact? And that can run from mining companies up to just normal companies. We talk about healthcare, COVID, healthcare. Does the organization provide healthcare? What about the issues around pollution and so on and so forth? Now, those elements in yellow here is what I call the social ecological values that some more and more are becoming important in any organization. And that's what I call wise decision making, because you're not just a reasonable decision maker being smart, but you also try now to be responsible, not just to your shareholders, but indeed all those who have a stake in the organization. And that means your employees, that meaning you provide health care, you provide proper conditions, and so on and so forth, but also the community, which is reflected by the ecological issues at stake. Next slide, please. Here, I bring it together. You see here in gray is the smart or reasonable decision-making based on those three elements. I repeat, predictability, adaptability, resilience. You add on the element of ESG and purpose, and that makes you a wise decision maker. The number one, as you can see, is really looking at the financial objectives. And that's what most organizations are doing. That's the fiduciary duty of care and loyalty of boards and top management. In fact, any agent working for an organization. The second part is the non-financial objectives, which is to do with what we call social moral learning, okay? Now, there's a whole debate going on in corporate governance whether the fiduciary duties of care and loyalty is just to shareholders, providers of capital, or whether the fiduciary duty goes further and is also embracing those who have a stake in the organization, like your employees, like your customers, like your suppliers. And the tendency today, and COVID has shown that, is going to the second, meaning it is not just shareholders. Let's be fair. The government, as my colleague Dato Lim was saying, governments are providing funds to help organizations and people to overcome this crisis with COVID. And so without government and without civic society, a business may not be able to survive. So in that sense, it makes sense to go beyond pure capital providers, shareholders, and to think about all those who have a stake. And today, definitely other people but shareholders have a stake in the organization, always had, but it becomes more visible now with this COVID crisis. Next slide, please. All right, what I want to do is to round off is to look at the issues of what kind of intelligence is required now to come up with this kind of ID. And my assumption here is, it's not just an assumption, but it's based on empirical analysis by other people, is that intelligence is multifold. So if you're talking about making decisions that are looking at risks and at strategies, you need just look at the cognitive side, but you need to look at other kind of intelligence. Next slide, please. And this is, when we talk about smart decision-making, in fact, you see in smart decision-making already 2 to 3 kind of intelligence needed to make reasonable decisions. What are those? Well, we call this the cognitive pathway, which is based on studies by interesting people that you can read of when you read my book. Point is here that when we talk about reasonable decision making, first of all, you need to have what I call the competence, or IQ. Okay, if you are let's say a minor, then obviously you need to have a degree in engineering to understand this business. Now that's what I call IQ. But that doesn't make you smart yet. You also need to have what I call an RQ, or risk coefficient, or a risk intelligence. In other words, you need to be trained in looking at how do you deal with a future that's uncertain and ambiguous and complex and volatile. How you as an organizational leader deals with that. That requires another way of thinking. That's related to this predictability that I've been talking about. How do you increase predictability in your organization? Okay, that's also important. But number 3, in order to be a good, reasonable decision maker, you also need to be able to have emotional intelligence, to relate to customers, to relate to your capital providers, to relate to your employees. How do you deal with your team? So those 3 elements, these 3 kind of intelligences are necessary to make smart decisions. Next slide, please. And what's then the difference between a reasonable and responsible decision making? The difference is, you see there here in yellow, in order to not just be cognitive smart, but also socially, morally smart, you need to add another variable, which is what I call moral intelligence, which has to do with values. Now in philosophy, and I'm going into it, but we call that the natural fallacy. You have what is, you describe what reality is, and that's what scientists do. And of course, especially physicists, they're looking at what are the natural laws that the world is run by. And economists are always been envy of physicists, hence why they use a lot of mathematical equations, at least to give the flavor of looking at a very messy reality that business in fact is, and looking at what are the so-called mathematical equations and so on and so forth. What they do not take into account, what they have ignored for too long, is that reality is not just what is, but it's looking to what ought to be, and that's only human beings with some understanding of what is it that we want to create in the future, be it a moral future or a creative future, whatever it is. Now that is what imagine that is what computers cannot. And so basically moral intelligence and emotional intelligence is something computers and artificial intelligence cannot do, but that's what humans can do, and that's what good leaders should do, because that is basically preparing them for a future that is creative and it's different from today. And going through a crisis will require those 4 different intelligence. So yes, you need obviously competence and understanding risk, which is IQ, RQ. You need definitely also emotional intelligence and moral intelligence in order to create something new that embraces complexity and is making a world, a better world, I would say, or a better business world, be more tuned in to what's going on. And that in this case is both digital as well as more sustainable. Next slide, please. Here you see, and sorry for the messy graphic. So what is success? Success is nothing else as, on one hand, skill set and luck. And when you look at the skill set, I have deconstructed in 4 pieces. I repeat, in 5 pieces. You have the errors, uncertainty you try to reduce by having good risk management, by having control over it, try to minimize errors. That's one part. The second part that makes you smart is looking at insights, be innovative through strategic thinking, you maximize innovation. And then you add the psychological factor of grit, inspiration. And these are the 3 ones that I've been talking about: predictability, adaptability, resilience. Now, in order to make a responsible decision, you add those elements of ESG, ecological, social governance issues, which is to do with an enlightened visionary, which requires that kind of moral intelligence, the wisdom that I've been talking and philosophers have been talking for 3,000 years. Now, just also for information, if you talk about risk, it's all about trying to minimize those negative events to happen, okay, or prepare yourself for that. Whereas for strategic thinking, it's more like you try to maximize innovative opportunities if they come along, right? All right, next slide. That's my last, but one slide, oh, that was my last slide. So what I want to do is I'm relating also now this whole thing that I've been talking about, these intelligences, the 4 ones that I just determined, IQ, RQ, emotional intelligence, and moral intelligence. It looks like from a neuroscientific perspective, our brain even distinguishes those. Again, without going in detail, but it's been clear, and it's in our basal ganglia, the so-called reptilian brain, that there is a so-called low road, which allows us to make fast decisions, what Kahneman called the system 1 thinking. And that is determined particularly in particular places in our brain. Now, that sometimes can lead to not bad decisions, but better decisions or wiser decisions are those that are taken when we do the effort to use other parts of our brain, in this case, our lateral prefrontal cortex, which distinguishes from animals, by the way. It's what I call here the high road. Now, apparently, the high road, which literally takes more energy, it takes more time, it is what Kahneman calls the system 2, is really that moral and emotional intelligence that you need to really come up with better solutions that are also responsible and not just reasonable. And so what is a leader? A leadership is a poet and a plumber. What I mean by that is, as maybe some people have heard me saying this or in other instances, a plumber is the one that is smart and competent. You need somebody who can fix things. That's what business is. You need to be able to run a business. But at the same time, a poet is somebody who creates a future that's poetical or that's creative, that's innovative. And a manager is a plumber, a leader is a plumber and a poet. And so a leader is somebody who touches the heart as well as the mind. And that you can almost distinguish that in the brains. And in an environment like COVID, it's that kind of, I repeat, the resilience together with predictability and adaptability, that helps you to indeed survive and indeed be resilient to overcome crises. But what makes a real leader, a great leader, is somebody who prepares a creative future for you, that has that kind of high road, that vision that is beyond pure reasonable decisions. It's to do with what are the values you adhere to, what is it that you want to achieve as an organization. I think that was it for my part. I thank you so much, and I'm more than willing to accept questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Was a very inspiring session, Professor Peter. I know many questions has been popped up in participant mind, but please be patient. We are now having 10 minutes break, and after that we will have a Q&A session. As mentioned before, please do not hesitate to type your question at Q&A session. Yes, I think we might have some participant can ask live, because I think some of the question very interesting. But before that, let's have 10 minutes breaks. It's 10:27 in my Indonesian time. So we'll resume our session at 10:37. I will return this floor to Nita first, then we will resume at 10:37.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mulia. So, ladies and gentlemen, please have a break, a 10 minutes break. Grab your coffee, your snacks, and be back with us at 10:40. And please don't leave the Zoom meeting just yet. Okay, so see you later. Thank you.
satukan tekad dan harapan, hadapi tantangan, hadapi ketidakpastian. Tanamkan motivasi, wujudkan jati diri, tebarkan semangat perubahan bagi semua orang. Mandiri dalam bekerja berkarya, optimis dalam berjuang untuk meraih masa depan. Melihat dunia penuh ketidakpastian, risiko menjadi pedoman jalanku untuk meraih semua tujuan. Pesimisku tak tahu arah, jalan mana yang kan ku jabah, menghadirkan suatu tantangan dalam meraih cita dan harapan. Risiko menjawab semua gelisahku, manajemen risiko menjadi pedoman jalanku untuk meraih semua tujuan.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our webinar today. Now we'll continue with the question and answer session, which will be led by Mr. Fernando Mulia. So Mr. Mulia, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Nita. Okay, we're back at the webinar. I want to inform again that today's webinar is part of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021, which is hosted by Center for Risk Management and Sustainability in collaboration with Management Department Parahyangan Catholic University. Now we're having our Q&A session. In Q&A box, we have already 6 questions. The first question from Mr. Zulkifli. In the working from home system, I see the stress level arise compared to the normal working system. Even for a household with a sizable house that have a separate working rooms, kids that... Oh, okay. Thank you, Nita, for putting the question on the screen. Yeah. Even for a household with a sizable house that have a separate working room, kids that have to attend the school from home also play a different challenge for every working parents. How do you maintain and handle the risk of this? Do you use psychology service to help you? I think the first might be suitable for Dato to answer this.
Thank you, Kendall. Okay, yes, I think the question poses a very practical question. And I mentioned earlier, my power company, we do have a counselor to counsel the people. And nowadays, because kids are actually attending class online, then parents become more busy because they have to make sure they attend the class, make sure, and sometimes the teacher talk to the, depends on the level of the children. Primary, secondary, primary school, a lot of parents have to spend a lot of time with the kids. And most of the time, the teacher will communicate with the kids and the parent before, then the parent make sure the kids are understand, especially in this part of the world, Malaysia, Indonesia. Of course, in the Western country, I think the kids are more independent. They are better on that using online facility. So I do not rule out if you are really at the extreme end, you require a psychologist to help, please do so. But bear in mind, psychologists help, all these things are expensive. So some of the corporate do have the internal psychologists to help. So these are very important. So it's the same, I would say to Zulkifli, Malaysia facing the same challenge like you all. And what we need to do is the parent need to balance it among the work and the children. Maybe Professor want to add something in the Western part?
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, Pak Datuk Rem. You're right. It's a very difficult one. What we have seen in the West, it's not so much that they are more independent, but we see also the inequality. So people living in cities, in small apartments, they are really under stress with small kids. For example, the government had to provide computers because some of those families may not have the 2 computers at home, one for the parents, one for the kids. So that the issue of inequality is a big issue in the West as well. The strange thing is, which is not directly related to this question, that you see there is a movement from people outside, let's say from the city away to the countryside where you have gardens so that children can play and all that, but that's a side effect. However, having said this, it's also been proven that we including government, trying to get children back to school, because one of the issues that I've been talking about, this kind of social issues and the moral issues, is you only can do that if you relate to other people. So children who would go for 6 years just on a computer will have skill sets that are limited. And so what the government tries to do is that everybody gets vaccinated here in Europe as fast as possible, which we have at the moment almost. but it's not the case in Indonesia. I know, since I'm married to Indonesian, so I know the situation a little bit. The point, though, is that, yes, psychologists can help. But what I really hope is that the government will emphasize the vaccination so that the group immunity will speed up, and so that children can go back to a normal environment where they can relate to each other, because that's social intelligence, emotional intelligence. By being together in a class, relating to each other is crucial. It's a skill set that you will need in business later or in any environment. So yes, I'm not the right person to ask how to deal with those children at home during a COVID crisis. What I do know is that it can put enormous pressure on parents and the children, and yeah, I mean, that's a hard one. And yes, organizations do have psychologists. We at the university have similar issues or psychologists available, but still, it's not an ideal situation. And I hope that the government will help to overcome this risk of COVID and allow children to go back at least part-time to classrooms so that they develop that kind of emotional intelligence skill, because that's crucial to survive. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so the problem, not the main problem, but our main concern is the children. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the next question. The question from Subramaniam. Okay, kindly elaborate how to align the context of risk due to the second wave of COVID prior to identify the risks. Okay, how to align the context of risk due to the second wave of the COVID prior to the identified risk, maybe. Okay, maybe Dato.
Okay, I try. I'm not quite sure whether I already understand the question. So maybe I try to align the context. Basically, I think as Subramanian asks us, I look at it, what's the cause of the second wave? The risk is actually we study the cause, describe the risk, and then we put the mitigation. So to me, I think there are first wave, second wave, third wave. To understand the second wave, that we really need to understand the real causes of causing that second wave eruption. Just now before the seminar, I think Pak Rector that mentioned, we like Malaysia and Indonesia, the festival. One of the things is a festival. So family gathering, people start moving, travel, all these things, and that causes this second wave. So that is very much onto the understand the cause of that COVID. We understand the COVID now a bit better than November, but now the second wave is the number multiplying. So we must understand to control the multiplication. Of course, World Health Organization asks physically distancing, these are the things. Now coming up with the vaccination, and vaccination is one of the, I think currently, the solution that for us to move forward. So to me, to understand the cost. So then we understand mobility of the people. Then who is going to control? They are saying ask government to put a lot of laws, but here is basically is ourselves. So it is us, is the one who actually must actually constrain our mobility. And because of a lot of digital facility that we don't have to go to supermarket to purchase our grocery. And we will actually look into it as much as we want to go out, to move, to go to other places or this thing. But because the COVID, especially the Delta variant is getting bigger and the transmission is so fast. So that's why we need to study how to handle, to prevent yourself to being contacted. So I think is understand the cost and put into mitigation what you as a person can do, what the government can do, and what the society can do. That's my answer.
Okay, Prof. Peter, would you like to add
Yeah,
something?
well, I fully agree with Dato Glim. I distinguish here the leadership at the business side, at the government side, and at civil society side. In Europe, I think we have done a reasonably good job in terms of the government trying to impose quite dramatic measurements in terms of limiting the contact. Not without mentioning their names, Modi, Trump, Bolsonaro, they to me are not good leaders for the simple reason that they have allowed or they ignored the risk of the first and let alone the second wave of the COVID. We knew that this was contagious, this kind of COVID, and we had to be careful with it. And I think the Chinese have shown how to dramatically seal off Wuhan and other cities when contamination was happening. Now, of course, that's more difficult in democratic societies like in Europe or Indonesia or Malaysia for that matter. But nonetheless, I think indeed, like Badatuk was saying, leadership should take measurement in order to protect their citizens. We citizens should be responsible decision makers, knowing that this is contagious, and be careful the way we deal with other people and not to be a risk to other people, and stay at home as much as we can. And then business, they are responsible to take measurements within their, let's say, arrangement. So the leaders are playing a crucial role, and you cannot ignore it like Trump did initially, like Modi did, and like Bolsonaro in Brazil did. I mean, this is almost criminal in my mind. Now, whether you want to go dramatic and drastic as in China, well, it prevailed to be effective. That's a debate among government officials to decide. But I'm optimistic that the second wave was unexpected. Sorry, the first wave was unexpected. The second wave we could have avoided, I think, if everybody would have taken their own decision a little bit more carefully. We took too much risk. For example, in Europe, in Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, you're not allowed to have any festivals during summertime. It's forbidden. Now with under control, 100 people, 200 people are allowed, but it's irresponsible if you're not vaccinated to have festivals or group dynamics, people together. You know, this is prone for disaster. So I fully agree with that, Dr. Klim. Leadership, and we are personally responsible how to behave. Back to you.
Okay, so it's leadership, and also us as the citizen, we also need to be responsible. Okay, next question from my colleague, Dr. Miriam Lilian Wijaya, to Pak Datuk Lim. After all what happened, what is the most dangerous sustainability risk faced by a nature resources dependent company?
This is a multi-million dollars question. Okay. Okay, I did mention in my slide, one of the things that we look into it to ensure, because 55% of our power generation is coal. Like Indonesia, I suppose about 85% is coal. So we actually depend a lot of natural resources. Okay, so now you're talking about sustainability risk now. So and in the risk management, so we actually studied just now, before the investment, we really need to study the investment risk. The investment risk depends on a lot of supply chain and your customer and all these things. Currently, if you look into it, I'm sure if you go to the Google and whatever, you can find some of the country, those who are actually using coal or gas, a certain time of the year, especially winter time, where they do not have enough of gas or this thing, they have to shut it down, the power station. So if you are an investor, you have to remember this risk. So that is very important. Like some place in the Middle East where certain country during winter time, they need to provide the gas for the heating, for the domestic heating. So they have to compromise with those power company. And I mentioned again, now you are facing these challenges, do the business impact analysis. You know the natural resources is limited now. You know certain country is facing this natural catastrophe. Your impact is it. So in Malaysia, so like other country, we are slowly, government asking us slowly shift to the solar, so renewable energy. So we slowly have to migrate, but not overnight. Country like Malaysia, country like Indonesia, in many forums I mentioned, we need to go for cheap electricity. 1 cent increase in the tariff will actually affect a lot of people in the country. Malaysia, Indonesia. So if you ask us to go straight to very expensive renewable energy, can the people afford it? That is very important. So we need to balance. So sustainability is actually to balance it, to avoidance of depletion of current resources for the future use. That is very important. So if current people are short of fund, current people fighting for their survival, do we want to tax them with very expensive electricity? That is one quick question we need to ask ourselves. So that's why to answer this question, to me, since we are the risk people, we are the business continuity people, do the business impact analysis, whichever country do it. This natural resources dependent on this thing. How are you going to handle it? Because impact your business. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Next question, please. I see. Okay, next question will be for Professor Peter van Heijsen. Is there any relation between the idea of circular economy and ESG, ecological, social, and government? This question also comes from my colleague, Dr. Miriam.
Yes, I can be very clear. Yes, there is a direct correlation. There is a direct relationship. Circular economy tries to reduce waste, try to recycle as much as possible. And therefore, any organization, I'll give you an example. If you're looking to the clothing industry today, you see very, and also footwear, Nike, Adidas, you see very clearly that they are trying to use rubber and material that can be recycled in order to reduce their waste, which is less costly. At the same time, the customers want to have products that are indeed more sustainable, that they feel good about buying those kind of products that are not detrimental to the environment. And so there is a direct relationship. Now just picking up to the last question, and I fully agree with that, Datuk, it's a question of a balance. But you see the same debate here in Europe and the US, nuclear energy, which is cheap energy, but of course has negative effects with the waste that you cannot ignore. And so-called sustainable energy from wind, solar. The problem is that, and I distinguish as, if I would be at a board, and I've said this to Pertamina, which I was advising, Pertamina or Petronas for that matter, they are gas and oil companies, and that's their main business. The question is, over the next 20 years, will that still be their main business? You see already that shareholders, activists on Shell, and ExxonMobil Mobile, they're putting pressure to get away from or not just continue the usual investments, but trying to invest in renewable energy. It is true that renewable energy may still be slightly expensive, but the more we're using it, the cost will go down as a result of learning curves. And you will see that at the end, in the next 10 years, if not faster, you see it already with batteries, electric vehicles, that becomes, from a cost perspective, quite viable. Banks, for example, today are trying to push corporations to become more circular, and ESG is nothing else than a measurement, trying to measure to what extent organizations are more sustainable, be it more circular or whether they're using renewable energy. What I think is, I've lived in Jakarta for 25 years. I visited Kuala Lumpur. I visited so many cities in Asia. Unfortunately, as you all know, the quality of the air is hazardous for health. And so, yes, we may use coal because it's the cheapest. And yes, short term, we don't have an alternative. But boards and governments should think about, okay, long term, the next 20 years, how are we going to continue? And I think, yes, Padatuk is right. It's finding that balance, which I call short-term versus long-term. What I can tell is investors are more and more serious about looking at more circular, looking at more sustainable organizations that are cleaner, less polluting, because that's the future. If not, we're not going to survive. Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next question, please. Okay, from Indradi Halim to Prof. Peter. Mr. Indradi Halim from PT Asuransi Wahana Tata Indonesia. In relation to pandemic COVID-19 over yet, and FUKA, what is your suggestion to mitigate risk leadership in organization? What is the best of smart decision or strategic to the risk leadership?
Okay, that's not an easy question. I mean, I'm not going to repeat. I'm more than happy if you send me an email. I'll send you some papers to answer. But what I'll try to do is this. As Pak Datuk was also saying, organizations need to deal with risk. The question is how you do that. My suggestion, conceptually speaking, was okay. Organizations usually emphasize intelligent questions, risk issues, and that's crucial, no doubt. That makes you reasonable decision makers. But in order to think about crises like COVID and thinking a little bit further on, you need to think about as some of the questions was referring to, the stress, the emotional stress you may face in an organization, but also what kind of organization do you want to lead? In what kind of organization do you want to work? You see quite clearly, especially, I'm not sure whether that's still true in Indonesia, Malaysia, but I know it's in China, I know it's in the US, I know it's in Europe. Companies like Tesla, companies like Apple, companies, let's say tech companies, digital companies. I mean, look, Grab, Gojek, Tokopedia, these are companies that inspire people. So that's what I call that kind of vision that they have, and young people want to be part of an organization that stands for certain values. Call it very broadly moral values. And although I'm not going to go in detail in terms of what is this morality, the question is more for me, okay, is there an organization that has a very clear purpose that stands for something? And Grab, Gojek, those tech companies, they stand for something. And I think that embraces certain risks already. So for me, it is not the traditional risk issues that we have taught over the last 20 years that are going to help us to overcome COVID and other crises. But I think, yes, we still need those traditional risk management and strategies. There's no doubt in my mind, but you need something more. And that more has to do with that element, the more invisible element, call it ESG, call it something that aspires people to be part of a new reality that is definitely digital and that is definitely more sustainable. That would be my point. So any organization that does not embrace digital transformation and or the issues around sustainability, these are the organizations that and I bet my words on it, in 20 years would not even exist. So yes, how to mitigate? Well, start with embracing digital and embracing what I call in my book relationships, which is to do with sustainability. So the future is digital and it's relational. That is my answer to that question.
Okay, I highlight that the digitalization and also relation or sustainability. Okay, next question, please, IEC. Okay, in respect to risk intelligence, please kindly provide your advice about what approach or framework that can be used. I think this question and also for Professor Peter. Risk intelligence.
Very briefly, I used to advise a palm oil company in Indonesia. And I remember, without mentioning the name here, but it was a big company. We had to determine all the risks. And so risk means it is the probability and the impact a certain event can take. Example, what is the probability that Greenpeace will bother us as the organization? And what's the impact of that? And companies, and that was not the company I was working for, but companies like Sinarmas and other big organizations in palm oil have faced that. If you look today, you cannot ignore activists and shareholders, not just activists like Greenpeace, but even shareholders. And so risk intelligence means you're not looking just to, let's say, the usual stuff, but short term, but you're looking at what can happen in the next 20 years. I don't have the answer for palm oil. Palm oil They're using now the RSPO as a way to, you know, to mitigate some of the sustainability risk. But palm oil still remains, you know, still deforestate, whether we like it or not. We just do it more sustainable. But is it really sustainable? The problem is there's no alternative. It's the same debate that Pak Datuk was referring to in terms of coal. At the moment, you cannot expect Indonesia or China to leave coal immediately, because indeed that's the cheapest at the moment. But is it sustainable in the next 20 years? Most likely not. So the same with palm oil, but we're not there yet. We need to find alternatives. So palm oil is the most, from a cost perspective and from a performance perspective, the best in the world, better as soya, better as anything in the world you have in terms of productivity. As long as we don't have a chemical formula that can replace that, I don't have the answer, so people will use it because we're all using it. It's in toothpaste, it's in Kit Kat, it's in food. So everybody, Malaysia and Indonesia, is benefiting from it, and business is benefiting from it, but unfortunately at the expense of our lungs, the forests. And that's again the balance Pak Datuk was referring to. That is unfortunately the gray area of what our reality is, how we deal with that. I don't have the final answer. What I'm trying to do is, as long as we can become more circular, as long as we at least become aware of it and not blindly just running into, banks are under pressure today not to finance this kind of unsustainable businesses. That's all what I can say. Even somebody like Larry Fink from BlackRock, I mean, managing $7 trillion for the first time in his annual letter for shareholders said, well, stakeholders are important. When I was at the Chicago Business School, my professor at Chicago Business School also said it's all about maximization of profitability. Now that is not true anymore today. It is still true. You need to make money, but you cannot ignore those other aspects. And that's really the trend, what I'm trying to say. And COVID has made that very clear, because we know how precious our life is, and we felt it in our health. But that also means, by extension, health in terms, I mean, look, Kuala Lumpur and Singapore have complained so many in terms of palm oil. Here we are. How many times has KL and Singapore not complained about the bad air coming out of, you know, of Indonesia, right?
Every year.
Same thing is happening there. So I think it's all related, and we have to think this through. And it's not just one element. It's going to be really systemic. Everybody needs to contribute. We, government and civil society. And it's too complex for one business to just solve it. We cannot do that. But if we don't think about it, we will harm the future, our grandchildren. That's what's at stake. And I know it sounds fluffy, but good businessmen are at least preempting that. They're looking at how can we do something. We need time to materialize. But if you don't start today, you're not going to do anything. And so this is really my message. Pak Datuk, maybe you could add something there.
I fully agree with you, Prof. Whatever you mentioned, I think is very, very practical, and it's a real life. You know, you cannot solve by a single. It's a systemic issue, systemic risk. I fully agree. Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, very insightful discussion. Yes, once again, collaboration is the key. We cannot expect the government to change, but we are, as citizens, we don't want to change. It's also impossible. Okay, next question. Okay, we have already. Okay, from Nguyen Tin Thuy, I think it's from Vietnam. What are the company's top risks now? Do you think the pandemic pushed the companies to develop strong business continuity plan? I think let's begin from Dato first.
Okay, I will say it again, like Prof mentioned. I think pandemic COVID actually have pushed us to get us to realize more about this, and nothing can be added anymore, because a stronger business continuity plan is very important. And people, even myself, I would say before 2020, when we do the business continuity plan, just like Prof. Peter mentioned, the conventional time, we just do and then put it down, and people don't take it seriously. But luckily enough, we did, when Wuhan have it, we revised the whole thing again, get us prepared more. And I'm sure many organizations did the same thing. Now, people now understand more, and we think this COVID-19 going to be with us, and coexistence is to be the next few years to come. So, and I would strongly advise all the company, go back to your drawing board and study and see what else that we can do in our business continuity. So I would agree with Nguyen. Stronger business continuity plan must be established. I don't know how, but if all of us put our head together, I'm sure innovation, just like Pro mentioned, will definitely create a new innovation. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Peter, do you would like to add something here?
Well, not much. I fully agree with Datuk. The only thing I may just re-emphasize, Christ has shown us that, again, if we don't embrace digital, if we don't look at how we, including home working and all that, that's going to be part of life. If the company doesn't follow that kind of trend, if they don't embrace that kind of digital transformation, including the whole issue around artificial intelligence, analytics, data analytics, then they will fall behind and not survive in the next 20 years. Number two, the future is also relational. What I mean by that is, as the question was asked, organizations need to think about how can they take care of their employees and their customers, meaning the issue around relations for me is to do also with sustainability, but also related to that, the health issues and also mental health. So all this is going to be coming to the fore. So very simple, the future is digital and it's relational. An organization who are embracing that, well, they will at least survive. Those who do not will not survive the next 10 years. That would be my advice.
Okay, so as Datuk mentioned before, business continuity plan earlier not taking seriously, but after the Wuhan, everyone thinks it's very important at the moment. Okay, thank you very much. Next question, please. I see. Okay, from Mas Ahmad Daniri. Could you share with us how to implement environmental social governance in related to solve COVID-19 pandemics? I think it's for Prof. Peter.
Mas Ahmad Daniri, happy to have you around. He's a good friend of mine. I've learned a lot from Pamas Padaniri. It's a very difficult question, Padaniri. What I can, if you talk about resolving COVID-19 pandemic, it's the same. There are two issues here. Solving the COVID-19 pandemic could be purely medical, which is basically the vaccination and everything around that. And that's really, first of all, a government regulatory duty, if I may call it that way. Now, from a business perspective, the ESG, and you're an expert yourself in this, to me has to do, as I said earlier, how organizations deal with COVID at their business level. That means, first of all, make sure that your employees are covered, that you help them in health insurance and so on and so forth, in terms of having the procedures in place that it's safe to work either at place or at home. So these are issues that I would call the social issues related to pandemic. In terms of the environment, that's a little bit broader. So, but I distinguish on one hand the issues of government regulations, which is of course the government policy, and that's also ESG, how you govern as a leader in the government, the whole issue of rolling out the vaccination processes, and on the business side, the aspects around social. But I'm not sure, you may have something else in mind that I don't see true. But Padaniri himself, he is an expert in ESG. So I'm not sure whether I'm the right person to tell you, Padaniri, how to add. But my point is, leadership at business level and leadership at government level in hand, and then of course our own responsibility as citizens, that we are making sure we keep the social distance as long as we're not vaccinated, and even then we need to be careful. But please, Brother Neri, if you add a sub question and maybe easier to answer, maybe Pak Datuk has
Okay,
some comments to
or let's ask Pak Daniri to join the discussion maybe
Yeah,
for
that
a
would be
while.
lovely.
What do you think? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, Nita or IC, could you please ask Pak Daniri to join us here?
Yes, Pak Daniri, you have been promoted to the panelist. Please turn on your mic, Pak. You can. The feature has been enabled.
Okay, I will try to ask Pak Daniri to. Yes, Pak Daniri.
Fernando, have you allowed him turn on the mic?
Yes,
Yes.
we already asked allow Pak Daniri to unmute and turn on the camera.
Maybe
Yes,
Pak
Pak
Anton to
Daniri.
answer. Pak Anton, please provide your answer, please.
Oh, I keep silent. Back.
Here is Pak Daniri.
Hai Pak Daniri. Pak Daniri, we still cannot hear your voice.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you
Yes,
hear?
we hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, nice to see Pak Peter. I know you. I think 10 years ago, right? I met you.
Go, Pak. We are already old. As Peter said.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. So please continue the workshop, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Daniri. Okay, we will carry on to the next question. This one is from Mr. Asmoro Jati to Dato. After several variants of the coronavirus emerged, there was uncertainty in business, where there was a fear that if the variants of the coronavirus increase, the economic recovery will take longer. Government policies that tighten the mobility of citizens also indirectly suppress the economy. What do you think if the uncertainty of the time will make the business world even more depressed, and will the resilience and sustainability be able to survive the wave of employees layoff? It's quite a sad question, but I think it's a reality we're facing at the moment. Please, Dato.
Okay, I believe all of you have watched the Euro Cup, World Cup. You look at those people having fun, having beer, all these things, the business are coming back. I think it's because of vaccination. You know, as we said, to me, we don't know when this thing going to finish, it's going to end. And just exactly like Professor Peter said, Western country, they do the second jab for the vaccination. Vaccination program is current inverted comma solution for the business, for the people to come back to the norms. So if we continue, maybe some of the people in this part of the world still worried about being vaccinated by whatever vaccine that available in the market. And the chances of the risk of getting being contracted in the COVID-19 will definitely increase. And the recovery stage or recovery phases will be definitely also at risk. So I think in Malaysia, the doctor has been saying that if you complete the 2 jabs of the vaccination, even if you were contacted, you only will probably go to the stage 1 and stage 2. You wouldn't reach stage 4 and stage 5 where you need all this oxygen tank or this thing. So I do not have the answer for this, but I think let's follow the government, the expert advice, get all of us get vaccinated, and the fastest, the more population, some 70%, some 80% population vaccinated, then the business can open, mobility allowed, and we probably go back to norms. And we have to accept, live together with this COVID-19 virus. So that is what I can offer. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Peter, do you want like to add something here?
Well, since you asked me, but I would add a philosophical comment. Life means also death, and death means life. Meaning, what I mean by that is there's a circle of life. As a spiritual person, I don't think we finish at death. There is something else. But having said that, if you're looking at businesses in general have a lifeline of about the same time, 80 years, some of them 120. If you look to DuPont, if you look at General Electric, these are companies that are 120 years old, but these are the exceptions. Today, if you look to the stock market, most are young companies, 10, 20, 30 years. Even Google is only 30 years old, and we see that as an old company. What I'm trying to say here is, in business, like in life, we grow, we mature, we decline, and unfortunately we die, or maybe not, unfortunately, it gives also space to others. So yes, crises just speed up those processes. And yes, unfortunately, there will be employee layoffs, but it also will allow those people maybe to absorb new skill sets, to become resilient. I've always said when I was young, there is meaning in suffering. Meaning, when you suffer, when you face adversity, even if you're laid off, and that's not pleasant, we are strong people that will survive, and businesses have to adapt as humans do. And so I just give an example. My uncle, 93, got COVID. He survived. And the reason why he survived was because he was prepared well. He always has led a very healthy life. Not many at 93 catching COVID survive, but he did. And so the same from financial perspective, you have shorters, people who are speculating against you possibly. If you're strong as a company, then any shorter can try to attack you. If you're strong internally, they're not going to catch you. And so same with crises, same with this COVID. If you're healthy and you do the right thing, either vaccination or taking distance or having a healthy life, then you likely will survive, even if you hit COVID, as my uncle just has shown. As a company, the same thing. If you prepare yourself, being in risk savvy, and you're doing the right thing, you may be hit seriously, and you may have to reduce the organization, and you may have to lay off. But like all in life, we face crisis, because without that, we don't get stronger. That's also the reason why you have seasons. It is the seasons that allows nature to revive and to become stronger. You need storms because the weak will be cut off, literally in nature as in anywhere. And I'm not saying I'm a Darwinian evolution thinker, but I've learned at least it helps you. And so companies the same. If government just gives money to survive this COVID, as we do see in Europe, maybe that is not, it's normal that we do that. But long-term, organizations who are not strong will not survive, be it COVID or something else. So what I'm saying is, if we prepare ourselves, each of us, to be having that resilience and facing adversity, because we all, that's what life is. Those who have never first faced adversity, who have never seen death in the eyes, they don't know what life is. And I think that is what also business needs to learn. It's a more philosophical statement, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if we don't face any crisis, we won't get any stronger. Okay, next question, please. I think we still have 2 more questions. From Mr. Handoko Tomo to Professor Peter Verheyen, there is a random luck in your formula. I think it's also the same question for myself. Could we control such variable? How to measure such variable in our risk management? I couldn't find such variable in ISO 31000 2018. Please, Prof. Peter.
All right, thank you. Let me start with this. I was very fortunate to have Michael Porter as my professor of strategy. And Michael was teaching us that if you have a good strategy and you are in an industry that's attractive, these are the so-called alpha returns and beta returns. So the beta return is, for example, a software industry is a very attractive industry. It makes about, on average, over the last 10 years, 20% return on invested capital. Now, if you're a company like SAP or Oracle, you may even do better as the average. So you have an additional alpha return, okay? Maybe 5%. So if you're looking at return on investment of Oracle over the last 25 years, it may be around 20, 25. So they have a competitive advantage, meaning due to the strategy to position themselves in a very attractive industry already. If you look into the airline industry, it's not a very profitable industry, 5% over the last 20 years, but some companies like Singapore Airlines or budget airlines, they can do well and do better. Having said that, if you look into the overall formula of return on investment, according to Michael Porter, there is still an element, a residual, statistically speaking, that you cannot explain a strategy or risk management. And in strategy, according to some studies, it's up to 40%. 40% that is not explained by the variables in the explanation. Though, whether it's my explanation that you've seen on my presentation or the strategy explanations of strategists like Michael Porter or risk managers or investors. There's always a portion that you cannot fully explain. Now, that is randomness or luck. Now, you can have a whole debate about randomness and how you can also influence randomness. Read the books of Nassim Taleb and you would see the so-called outliners of this kind of risk issues. But just risk that you cannot explain is what I call the error variable in statistics. That can go up to 40%. And that's what I call luck. It's the same in life. If you're lucky because you're good, or is it because you're lucky or a combination? Most likely it's a combination. So those who are prepared are usually more lucky because they have worked hard. But luck cannot be completely ignored. And that's something we cannot control statistically or just explain. A lot of things we cannot explain scientifically. So I put it in one basket. I know it's an easy solution, but in that one basket is what I call the luck. And in ISO 31000, answering your question there, that will explain to a high extent what you can do as a risk manager. But some risks you cannot fully control, and you have to leave it up to luck because it's impossible. That's what life is. We don't know exactly all the variables that determine a certain event. Okay, and that's the basket. Call it error in statistics, or I've called it here randomness or luck. But as long as you do your best, at least you can reduce that error and reduce your luck. So the more you prepare yourself, the more risk savvy you are, the better decisions you make, your error portion will decrease, but you cannot completely reduce it to zero, never. So that makes us, we should be humble as well, especially if you're lucky. Thank God, as we say, right? Literally and figuratively. Because there are elements which, you know, or which we don't know. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. We have time constraint, but I will give the last question live to Dr. Antonius Alijoyo. Please, Pak Anton, your question for the last session.
Thank you so much, my colleague Fernando Mulia. So in order to be fair, allow me to give a question to both the panelists. So then, so basically my question is very simple, Peter and Pak Dato. Despite the ambit of COVID-19 that you have already shared everything is quite clear, although that's quite challenges, then there is a kind of questions, actually. Do you think, is there any opportunities that we can identify or even we create due to this, due to the situation? Say either we use it our current competitive advantage or we build a new competitive advantage. please, from practical point of view, Pak Dato and Peter, from the artificial intelligence or something, you could share something beyond the horizon. That's my questions to the gentleman. Thank you, Fernando.
Okay, please, maybe first, Dato first mungkin.
Okay, always, Pak Anton always give a very difficult sort of question. So to me, I think is that definitely just like Prof. Peter mentioned, any challenges, definitely there's opportunity. In Chinese, if you know the Chinese word called qi hui, those who know Chinese, these two words, the qi is the crisis. The other one is the opportunity. Okay, so once is we have opportunity. Very clear in this COVID-19, all the pharmaceutical company, their profit go to the sky. They are facing north, the rest are facing south. So that is one part of it. The second part, the digital, just like Prof mentioned, all the digital people, digital marketing, the IR 4.0, they are the ones who actually benefited a lot. The rest of the conventional business don't be saddened. I think there are still opportunity for you to go into it. Just like my company, we are building a new complex. Originally building a new complex, still not enough to cater 35,000 people. With this COVID-19, now they are scaling. Now we have extra space because they are going to embrace work from home. So that is another opportunity, a very fast opportunity that you can see. So these are the few practical, if we think everybody put a head together, definitely any crisis comes with opportunity. And you asked me, just like Irma, last December, you've done a fantastic conference, digital conference. You never think of that such a fantastic digital conference that you can do. And I understand you're going to do it for this year. So these are the things that opportunity to me is created, is how much that you want to do it. And you put in a lot of like Peter formula. I think that Professor Peter formula very good. And that's my answer. Before I leave, Pak Anton, I want you to give me a reward back by sending me Peter book. I'm very interested to read his book.
That thing that I asked to send us books, but his autograph.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now please, Prof. Peter.
All right. Well, I hope to meet Pak Datuk personally in KL one day.
Sure.
Okay, but let me be brief. I don't have to add too much. Pak Datuk already said it all. So, but just let me say this. As you know, both Grab, Gojek, Uber here in Europe, in the US, they didn't make money during COVID, but they make money with Uber Eats, like Grab and Gojek did with delivery of food. So what it means is, once you have embraced certain digitization, you can use this data for the purposes. As any business, you change whatever you can. So again, I repeat, it's very simple, and I hope that you remember that one. The future is digital and relational. So digital, as Pak Datuk was saying, as long as you have the data can be, it's the new oil, you can easily use that. Anton was referring to artificial intelligence, but you just have to think about data analytics and just business. So if you don't have the rights, a taxi because you don't good at getting out, at least the taxis can bring the food and whatever to you, be it Gojek, be it whatever it is. So the same in Europe, the same in Asia. Now, the second part, and I want to emphasize that briefly as an answer to Anton, is relational. For me, business is creating value, but it's also that caring aspect. One of the reasons that I love Asia and that I will be in Asia and continue to be in Asia is the caring aspect of Asia that we in the West have lost a little bit. Now, in business terminology, it means one of the things I would do if I would be in Datuk's position, if you have a company, is, for example, have some psychologists on board who help people to lower the stress. Because having a company who you feel cares for you, that will make you not just a loyal, but also a more productive employee. And so if you take care of your people, people will take care of you. And similar, if you take care of your customers, which is also a relationship, it will increase now your willingness to pay. That's exactly what Apple does. Why is it that people love Apple? Not that I'm a fan of Apple, although I have all Apple stuff. It's because Apple creates something that people love, or any organization. So if you take care of your customers by creating value, making it easier, making it whatever it is, you create something unique. Customers, employees, suppliers, that is all to do with relational. And that's directly related to me, my formula ESG. And so, yes, that is, I think, crucial to become more competitive. In that sense, COVID is an opportunity to become more digital and to become more relational. And if you combine those two, you can be extremely powerful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dato and Prof. Peter. Okay, I'm very sorry due to the time constraint, we don't have any more time. I will wrap up a little highlight in my notes.
Bernard, I just want to say thank you to Vita.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you, Pak Anton. Yes, I will wrap up a little highlights in my notes because I know it's impossible to summarize the whole inspiring session by 2 hours distinguished and expert speakers, Dato Insinyur Lim Tong Kang and Professor Peter Van Huysen. Okay, this morning we have Dato share about the Tenaga Nasional Berhad experience in facing COVID-19 pandemic. He has shared very detailed because I think Dato is the very person who know from the beginning, because even Dato remember the time, exactly time during after his meal, dinner, he said. That's where the crisis center formed. And after that, Professor Peter has shared about the risk management strategy in VUCA world in brief, and also wise leadership. So there's 3 words, three highlights, 3 sentences I would like to highlight for summary during this fruitful discussion. One is, there is a silver lining in every dark clouds. Even though we're in the pandemic situation, in the crisis, we also have the opportunity. The word today and tomorrow is digital and also relational. We also need to collaborate to overcome this crisis. Once again, I would like to thank you, Dato Insinyur Lim Tong Kang. Thank you, Professor Peter Van Huysen, PhD. For the participant, materials will be distributed after the after filled an evaluation form that will be informed by the committee later on. So we have to come to the end of the webinar session. What a fruitful discussion. I will give back to screen to Nita as our master ceremony. Please, Nita.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fernando Mulia. What an interesting, very fruitful, as you say, session. Thank you very much once again for moderating the panel discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our morning session, the webinar session. But don't forget, we will have the grand final of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021 starting at 1 p.m. today. Right? So we are inviting all of you to witness our 6 outstanding teams from 6 universities: National University of Singapore, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, Vietnam National University, University of Economics and Business, Surabaya University, ITNB Institute of Business Indonesia, and also Institut Pertanian Bogor or IPB University Indonesia. They will be showcasing their problem-solving skills and presentation skills as they're battling their way to become the winners of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. Certainly, they will bring out the best of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, be sure that you watch their presentation. Before we adjourn for the lunch break, please also do not forget to fill in the evaluation form or feedback form that you can access via the link that is appeared in the chat room. Okay, in the chat room. Please help us improving our future program deliverance by filling in the evaluation form. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will see you again at 1 p.m. this afternoon for the grand final of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. See you again later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Peter.
Fernando.
Professor.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Pak Datuk.
Thank
you,
you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Prof,
Peter.
nice
Thank you.
to meet you, Prof. Thank you very much. I'm very interested
Please
to
see
read
you,
your book.
Padato. It was a pleasure.
Doctor, so lunch on you. I'm going for my lunch. Lunch on you.
Digital.
With Uber Eats, Pak. Uber Eats.
Bye.
By the way, Nita, don't we have picture together here?
Oh yeah, we should.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah,
I think we should
okay.
take picture.
Pak Datuk, Prof. Peter, please don't leave just yet. We will take a picture, group picture with the speakers and also the moderator. So, Fikri, are you ready? Please help us. Also, all the teams, please don't leave just yet. We'll take a picture, okay? The 6 finalists of our International Risk Management Case Solving Competition. So please, Mr. Fikri, to lead the photo session.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, already? One more time? No?
Yes, one more time.
So serious.
Okay.
Okay, 3.
Freestyle.
It's so serious.
Well, how, like this? Ooh.
Style, Peter.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. See you again at 1 p.m. Okay?
Yeah,
Thank
sure.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Enjoy, everybody. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you already had your lunch this afternoon. Now we will have, we will go to our next session for today, which is the grand final presentation and awarding ceremony of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. All right. Welcome back again for this morning participants of webinars. First of all, I want to wish you a very warm welcome to the grand final presentation and awarding ceremony of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021, which held as a collaboration between Center for Risk Management and Sustainability, CRMS, and also Parahyangan Catholic University, Unpar, Indonesia, with huge supports from Enterprise Risk Management Academy ERMA Singapore, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Mitra Kalyana Sejahtera LSP MKS, and also Indonesia Risk Management Professional Association, IRMAPA. I do hope you are all safe and in good health. My name is Nita, and I am the chairperson of the committee of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I really want to compliment all the 85 participants of the case competition. All of you all are the great example of making the best of a less fortunate situation, of not letting the crisis stop you to learn and develop yourself. And that is what this case competition truly is about. It is a great opportunity for you to develop yourself by working together as a team, by being able to be reviewed by experienced judges, by solving the challenging business cases, and by learning from the other participating teams. Without you, this case competition would not have been possible. On behalf of the committee, I would like to also thank the mentors and supervisors of the participating teams for guiding the students throughout these weeks and giving them the opportunity to participate. All right, to kick off our grand final, I would like to invite the chairperson of the judges, Dr. Antonius Ali Joyo, to deliver his welcoming speech. So, Pak Anton, are you ready?
Yes, Nita, I am.
Okay, Pak, please, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Nita, for the opportunity. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, all the students who actually participated and successfully entered at the grand finals today. As Nita already mentioned, I would like to deliver just a couple of things. First of all, of course, then congratulate to all of you, to all the participants. Actually, it started with the 85 teams, and you are now stay around 6 teams then out of the 85 across the region. So congratulations, because the experience of participating in an event like this is always a good thing. is going to shape out our excellence mentality. Second, allow me to say thank you to the host, the co-host, the sponsor, especially Parahyangan Catholic University, Center for Risk Management Sustainability, and those that I can name it one by one. Thirdly, allow me then, of course, then to say so much thank you to the organizing committee led by our Nita, with all the team, Pak Fernando, and also supported by our senior lecturers and your head of the program, Brigita Melianti, PhD, Dr. Istiharini, and many other things who keep supporting the event. Last but not least, of course, then I would like to say great thank you to the judges today who are going to ask directly to the participant as an experience. First of all, I would like to say thank you to my best friend, Imelda Johnson. She is the chairperson of the Opal Investment, one of the big investment company in the world, who based in Manila, Philippines. Secondly, I would like to say thank you to my old friend, Professor Peter Verheyen, who actually is not only just a lecturer in Europe, but also visiting lecturer in many universities in Australia, including the Melbourne Business School. Thirdly, let me also say thank you to Mr. Colin Adam, who actually is, despite a very busy, he keeps supporting this event. He is the Senior Vice President of Katno International Emerging Market. He has a lot of experience from the Africa, Australia, United States, Europe, Arab, and so forth, and etc. And then we have also that Ahmad Zain from Middle East, who actually bring the experience and also the perspective, the perception from Middle East and North Africa. And then we also thank you, my old friend, Mr. Alan Simon, who actually senior, who based in Cambridge. He's very much busy, and he's one of the very renowned in information technology related risk management. So then I have already mentioned, those 5 judges will share their view, will share their opinion, will share also the notes across themselves. We have a 5 judges odd number, so that actually we are trying to avoid a tie figure. So then I myself is not going to be involved in the judging and the countings. So then we are going to let the 5 judges are going to share their effort to give a result. Out of the 6 finalists today, who we think, yeah, everybody is the winner, but the prize is only limited, only 3, yeah, so that we would like to pick up 3 out of the 6, yeah. To mention, of course, then welcome the participant from NUS, Singapore, Nationality Singapore, Nanyang Technology Singapore, VNB Vietnam, ITNB Medan Indonesia, and Universitas Surabaya from the east of Indonesia, and last but not least, IPB, the Indonesian Agriculture University. I would say you all are representing the new generation with the excitement, with the thinking through, with the persistence, and then enjoy yourself, enjoy also the judges. Thank you so much. Now I'm giving back to Nita. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Antonius Alijoyo. Before we continue, we hear a very energetic, very high-spirited song that will be played to give you more spirits, to wake you up. Maybe you're little sleepy after the lunch, but please hear. This is the hymn from IKV, Parahyangan Catholic University.
Teguhkan hati, teguhkan mentingnya, baktikan ilmu demi tujuan mulia.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Antonius Alijoyo, for the very, very high-spirited song. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Antonius Alijoyo has mentioned earlier, the extremely important and crucial role of choosing the semifinalists, the finalists, and the winners lies at the hands of our distinguished panel of judges. Dr. Antonius earlier has introduced the 5 judges to choose our winners. But further, these are the panel of judges for the preliminary round and the semi-final round of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. Okay, they are Dr. Waluyo, he's the former Commissioner of Indonesian Civil Service Commission for Supervision, Monitoring, and Evaluation. And then Ms. Dewi Gayatri, she is the former Group Director of Risk Management at Indonesia Deposit Insurance Corporation. And then we also have Mr. Paul Gui. He is the Secretary General of the Asian Bankers Association. We also have Mr. D.S. Priyarsono. He is the Professor of Economy and Management Faculty from Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia. And then we have Mrs. Yeni Kustiani. She is former Audit and Risk Development Head of Astra International. And then also Mr. Victor Riwukaho. He is the Independent Commissioner of NTT Regional Credit Insurance Corporation, Indonesia. Okay, next. And we also have Mr. Agustinus Haryono. He is the Secretary General of Institute of Compliance Professional Indonesia. We also have Dr. Istiharini. Dr. Istiharini is the Professor of Economy Faculty, Parahyangan Catholic University. And also Mr. Fernando Mulia. Fernando, our moderator in our earlier webinar, is the lecturer at Parahyangan Catholic University. And also Mr. Ridwan Hendra, he is the Chief Executive Officer of MKS Group Indonesia. And then we have also Ms. Teviani Norimarna. She is the Chief Operating Officer of Enterprise Risk Management Academy Singapore. And also Mr. Reynaldi Hartanto. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Cyberwell Indonesia. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to also deliver our deep gratitude to the IRMCC 2021 official sponsors, Enterprise Risk Management Academy IRMA Singapore, and also Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi, LSPMKS, for providing the world-class opportunities and rewards. So ladies and gentlemen, the first winner, the second winner, and the third winner of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition will get a prize money of total of $2,000 US. All the team members and the faculty advisors will also get free passes to the Risk Beyond International Conference 2021, presented by Enterprise Risk Management Academy in Singapore. They will also get the e-learning scholarships and opportunity to get professional certification in risk management presented by LSP MKS. So, ladies and gentlemen, LSP MKS, a professional certification provider in governance, risk management, and compliance, has been licensed by National Professional Certification Agency, BNSP, and also accredited ISO IEC 17024 by the National Accreditation Committee. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now we are moving to the presentation. The presentation from our 6 finalists of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. All right, so teams, are you ready? Okay. Firstly, let us welcome in random order, yeah, the first finalist team to present on IRMCC 2021. They are, okay, the first one is the question mark team. Question mark team from National University of Singapore. Teams, are you ready? Okay, very good. Please, you have 10 minutes of presentation time. Use your time wisely, and you can start now. Please.
Hi, so just to make sure, can you see my screen?
Yes.
For the slides.
Yes, please.
Okay. So good afternoon, distinguished guests and fellow participants. My team will be presenting our responses on the case study of Huawei. So the first question requires us to define the case, prompting us to analyze and question the case study. The scope refers to the area in which the risk management activities revolve around. For Huawei, 3 areas form the main scope of the risk management activities: R&D, investment in people, and global expansion. Next, the internal context is defined in the case by Huawei's value proposition, which is driven by developing capabilities and exploiting opportunities in 3 areas: ubiquitous broadband, agile innovation, and inspired user experience. Huawei's efforts to achieve their objectives can be seen from Exhibit 7 and 8, where it can be seen that global revenue has been increasingly steadily reaching 850 billion China yuan in 2019. The external context is the external environment. Exhibit 1 and 2 shows that global smartphone sales have been on a gradual decline since 2017, with the global COVID-19 pandemic further exacerbating the situation. Furthermore, Huawei faces additional external challenges in the global market, such as the sanctions imposed by the US and other Western countries. Lastly, risk criteria refers to the amount and type of risk that a company or organization may or may not take relative to its objectives. This was not defined in the case study. Risk assessment consists of 3 stages: risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. Risk identification refers to finding, recognizing, and describing risks that might help or prevent an organization from achieving its objectives. Although not clearly defined in the case, it can be seen that the risks that Huawei face include that from globalization, brand awareness and recognition, and geopolitical risk and supply chain dynamics. Next, risk analysis refers to comprehending the nature of risk and its characteristics such as the level of risk. It involves a detailed consideration of uncertainties, risk sources, consequences, likelihood events, scenarios, controls, and the effectiveness. This was not seen in the case study as there was no analysis or description on the various risks that Huawei faces. Thirdly, risk evaluation refers to comparing the results of the risk analysis with the established risk criteria to determine where additional action is required and how the uncertainty affects the fulfillment of business objectives. Since both proper risk criteria and analysis were not established, risk evaluation cannot be completed. Hence, although there were elements that demonstrated slight consideration of the risk assessment, the case did not reflect their strength in this area of risk management. After risk assessment comes risk treatment. Apologies for the typo here. Effects of the effort can be seen in Exhibit 3 and 4, 5th largest spender in R&D in 2020, with $12,541.2 million spent, and have the largest number of applications with 4,411 of the international patent filings in 2019. Apart from the large investment in R&D and strong licensing strategy, other efforts include investment in human capital, collaborations with globally recognized brands, and securing market share. Lastly, the 3 continuous supporting processes of the communication and consultation, recording and reporting, monitoring, and review were insufficiently used in this case. Moving on to question 2. Question 2 beckons us to highlight statements in the case which may illustrate the use of risk appetite and or risk tolerance concepts. Huawei recognizes that risk that they will face, and hence their decision to proceed with intended actions indirectly reflect this. This is reflected in 3 main areas across the case. Firstly, for product positioning risk with the low-end market, Huawei acknowledges that the lifetime value ended up frequently overestimated. Secondly, strategic sourcing risk with their decision to outsource manufacturing included the possibility of loss of strategic process and technological know-how and a long-term dependency on a fickle supplier and technology vendor base. Lastly, although Internet of Things partnership allows for product diversification, Huawei recognizes that this was risky from the quality and brand image perspective.
Question brings us about what is the most critical risk for Huawei. So the most critical risk for Huawei is the geopolitical risk it faces in 2 fronts, at home in China and abroad. Although Huawei is a Chinese company, it is not immune to the regulatory restrictions and bureaucracy of the Chinese government. This is evident if you read the news recently of the Chinese government trying to raid into the technology sector, which caused big homegrown companies such as Alibaba to halt its IPO listing and Didi to face increased regulation scrutiny and sanctions. Similarly, Huawei may face intensified regulatory scrutiny and oversight by the Chinese government, which could upend its business operations and continuity should the government decide to impose sanctions and reforms to exert control over Huawei. In addition to the political risk it faces at home, Huawei is also caught in the crosswind of the international trade war between China and the United States, which is further exacerbated by the Chinese thorny relationship with other Western countries. Western countries are wary of transacting with Huawei and have gone to the extent of imposing sanctions to limit business relationships with Huawei. Chinese government is infamous for conducting cyber espionage and using corporate entities to perform cyber abuses on behalf of the government. Such infamy has resulted in many countries to limit their exposure to such risks through reducing business relations with the Chinese companies. This could have severe ramifications on Huawei, which is well supported and acknowledged by Huawei's founder that sanctions by government on Huawei and asking them to stop their business relationship with them has greatly hurt Huawei and posed a significant challenge for its business operations. Moving on, based on the case study itself, Huawei does not have an effective risk management process. We noted this based on the case study where it quotes that Huawei began to ponder its strategy for maintaining leadership and sustaining momentum in its transformation into a global leader. So an effective risk management should be utilized as a tool to not only prepare for risks, but also to seize business opportunities that present themselves. Hence, when we noted that the management is pondering, we assess that Huawei does not essentially have an efficient risk identification and data integration into its risk assessment analysis, which prohibits a systematic risk management process that accounts for emerging information to improve decision-making by re-evaluating and revising tactical strategic choices when necessary in real time. Emerging information could impact the effect of an uncertainty on its business objectives, which necessitates the revision of the scale of the risk and strategic choices previously determined. The team proposes for Huawei to have an integrated technology-based enterprise risk management framework by first planning its strategic objectives and choices. Once its objectives have been identified, it should implement a framework to detect and mitigate promptly emerging risks which could hinder the achievement of those objectives and choices. The use of the technology in its risk management allows it to conduct ongoing monitoring of emerging risks and risk interconnectivity while streamlining its risk management efficiency. This recommendation is consistent in sections 5.7 of the ISO 31000, which recommends the continual improvement of the effectiveness of the risk management framework and the way risk management process is integrated to enhance its enterprise risk management.
Our team has identified digital disruption as the primary concern of Huawei given the nature of the industry. The seemingly confluence of the high technology ecosystem with the close competition between different companies in the industry is made even more complicated with government restrictions and geopolitical global expansion as mentioned just now. This is especially so since Huawei aimed at competing head-to-head with the 2 leading smartphone vendors, Apple and Samsung, on a global scale. Digital trends such as big data and the prevalence of cloud technology also made it crucial for Huawei to ride on these changes to improve their goods and services. There has also been increasing emphasis on emotional experiences, which can be facilitated by artificial intelligence, which is also another area of focus for Huawei. The case stated that basic element of Huawei's business strategy had been about creating value for their customers through quality and user experience at an affordable price, rendering this trend even more crucial to Huawei's performance. Pandemic disruptions pose a challenge to Huawei to a smaller extent. The fall in GDP and disposable household income worsened the situation, since the general population would not be willing nor even able to purchase new Huawei smartphones, decreasing its demand. However, this also presented a positive outlook for Huawei because of the consumer trend of revenge spending and digital transformation acceleration. Our recommendation would be a multi-pronged approach to address digital disruption by remaining adaptable while mitigating impacts of the pandemic disruption by diversifying Huawei's goods and services. To mitigate the negative impact of digital disruptions, Huawei should practice situational awareness and constant innovation. It is crucial for Huawei to first thoroughly understand the situation of the company, the industry, and their standing in the constantly evolving geopolitical climate. Huawei currently already emphasizes on R&D. However, Huawei must ensure to never remain complacent and constantly improve themselves, not just to be better than their competing companies, but rather striving for excellence. Furthermore, to mitigate the negative impact of pandemic disruptions, Huawei should diversify its goods and services in both the essential and luxurious sectors. Entrance into the essential sector is crucial for newer models to be perceived as essential as they shift away from traditional consumer durable products, as mentioned in the case. That said, there is a possibility of revenge spending, which CNBC acknowledged that the luxury market is up for grabs. Hence, by focusing on more luxurious sectors, Huawei will not only further differentiate themselves from competitors, but also manage to hinge on this consumer trend, joining the elite brands in weathering the pandemic. With that, we conclude our presentation. Thank you. And now we'll be open to any questions during the Q&A.
Okay, thank you, question mark team. You hit the exact timing, actually 10 minutes. Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, judges, please, your question. Who would like to ask first? Please, Miss Tiong Son, Miss Ida Tiong Son, perhaps? Or Mr. Alan Simmons? Or Mr. Adams, please, your question.
Hi, Nita, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, great, thank you. Well, greetings from Australia. I'm in country Australia at the moment talking to you. Thank you so much, question mark team. I'm really interested, you know, such a complex company, such a complex case. You're finding that they really didn't initiate a good risk management process from the beginning. Why do you think, I'm interested in the root cause of that. Why do you think that might have been? Very smart company, very successful. What do you think the root cause of not embarking on the appropriate risk management strategy might have been?
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't know the exact answer from Huawei because I don't work in Huawei, but I think from our point of view, it's because they focus too much on strategic development because of the ever-changing scene of how the technology industry and everyone is moving so rapidly and improving themselves. They may actually fail to, like what we recommended, to actually assess the situation first, to know what's actually going on before proceeding with their actions. And hence, they might actually jump into conclusion and embark into processes or various projects that may not actually benefit the company very much. And that's why I think this whole case competition of knowing how to assess risk management and knowing what are the potential risk, opportunities, and consequences that lie ahead is very important before certain companies, even the big ones, who are also as vulnerable to all these impacts, should also still focus on the risk that is out in the industry and the geopolitical climate. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Okay, I kind of want to chime in on that one, but more into the future prospect. You mentioned a few risks, such as the supply, the risk in the luxurious items that are there's practically no loyalty. If you are the Huawei president or any of you in your team, what would you do moving forward in terms of say naming in the absence of time, no, the top 3 risk strategies that you will do.
Should I just answer? Okay, I think just to clarify, so as a Huawei, given that there's a growth in the luxury sector, what would we do in order to maximize our own company's growth?
Actually, not necessarily. It's just you had an emphasis on the loyalty and the luxury, but not necessarily that. But if you are the CEO or president of Huawei, what would you do now in terms of improving your risk strategy, in terms of your possibly top 3 that you can think of?
Okay, I think like what we shared in our presentation just now, our recommendation would actually be to focus on both the essential sector and the luxurious sector, because although there is potential in the luxurious sector, we can't be for sure that it will actually allow a company to grow, because it's something that's very uncertain and still very forward thinking, and no one knows what will happen in the future. But because of the trend that the demand in the luxury sector is actually going very high, with a lot of other luxury brands like Cartier, even the merger between Tiffany & Co. and LVMH, it really shows how the luxury sector is growing. So that's why we identify as an opportunity rather than a confirmation of where we can grow. But definitely having market research and understanding the industries and the various, especially in the context of a technology firm, is very important before we embark on it. That's why it must be, although we did not elaborate much during this presentation itself, it must be implemented in stages to make sure that if we really do tend towards the negative impact and this whole exploration into the luxury sector did not work out, we won't actually face much of the negative consequences.
Yeah, and also if I may like based on our research during earlier, we noted that Huawei actually have a dedicated risk assessment department that actually identify such risks. However, we actually feel that if we were the founder, we are going to try to delegate the risk assessments to the respective risk owners, which means the line of business that they operate in. So essentially, if you are trying to enter the luxurious or essential sector, you want to give the business owner who are in charge of these sectors to identify risk, because they will be more well-versed of the situation on the ground and hence could effectively manage the risk also.
Okay. Any more questions from Mr. Hassanain or Mr. Sim?
No,
please?
for now, no. It's okay.
Okay. So Mr.
I may have
Simmons? Yes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, question mark team. My question was really about the more internally focused view of risk with respect to how you would look at the different stakeholders within and across the Huawei group. So you've spoken very eloquently about the risks from outside of the organization. I was wondering more what your position would be with respect to raising awareness and the various stakeholder groups across Huawei itself.
I think for the team opines that for risk management, I think it's important for Huawei to actually engage us in both internal and external stakeholder to actually have an efficient risk management framework. So I think particularly for internal risk, what we actually desire for Huawei to have is actually to engage timely and appropriately with their internal stakeholders to ask them to identify and also whether there's any potential risk that could emerge, especially given how emerging risks evolve very rapidly and even one night. And 1 minute of like missing an opportunity or missing a risk could significantly hinder the operations of the business. So it's important for Huawei to, and from the management, to set the tone from top to bottom to show that they are open, they value risk management and they are open to feedback and constant communication to improve on their risk management process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Simmons. We still have 2 minutes left. One more question.
Can I have a question?
Yes, please.
I'm just looking at the side there, at the presentation, and the constant innovation you're mentioning emotional experiences and the rising trend of AI, could you please explain how this AI and the use of what you call here emotional experience could be a factor of competitiveness or reducing uncertainty or reducing threatening risks? How you see that? I mean, concretely, with an example.
Okay, so I hope this answers your question. Thank you so much for your question. For emotional experiences, I think it's because a lot of people have the more increasing need to be recognized and to be all the customization and personalization of user experience. And hence, emotional experience is very important. And AI can help this as it'll be very difficult to have the manpower and capacity to have individuals actually looking out for the consumers and being able to reach their needs for the emotional experiences. And that's why AI would be necessary to recognize all these needs and address them.
What about this emotional experience? I'm not sure yet.
One example of emotional experience that we could think of right now, it's how if you're aware of Innisfree brand, the Korea brand, where they actually engage users like virtual reality. Although they are a cosmetic brand, they use like virtual reality to connect the consumer with their brand ambassador. And based on that also itself, it gains a lot of like publicity for the company. And because like K-pop was a huge thing right now, it really creates an emotional experience for normal people to connect with the brand ambassador. So that's something that we also thought that Huawei could possibly do by capitalizing on AI and try to enhance the emotional experience with their consumer.
Okay, thank you very much, question mark team. The time is up for the question. So please give a round of applause for the question mark team. Thank you very much. Excellent. All right, thank you, question mark team. Now for the second team, I would like to invite Sekarat Crew. Sekarat Crew, what a funny name. Actually, Sekarat in Indonesia means nearly die. Probably they mean nearly die to rise up above, probably. Okay, I would like to invite Sekarat Crew from Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia. Please, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please, you have 10 minutes from now.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, judges, and for all participants. Good afternoon, everyone. We are from Sekarat Pro, School of Business, IBD University. Let's ask about present the risk management of the company. And here's our team: Ramadova as team leader, Kautsar, and me, Sekar, as team member. Okay, let's talk about the risk management of Huawei company. Based on ISO 31000, first of all, we think that Huawei company has already implemented the principle and the framework of risk management indirectly. This can be proven by the way they find in the industry's problems, such as the need for research and development, the use of human resources, and others. Externally, they are also able to utilize competition as their motivation to develop their product. However, they have to create their own risk management system more clearly and structured. And next, to talk about Huawei company. Huawei is one of the biggest technology and communication companies in the world. As a big company, Huawei should have risk management that will be discussed further later. Therefore, today we are gonna use enterprise risk management as our scope. We are also considering the external and the internal context of the company.
Okay, next, after we know about the company and the industry, we analyze and have 8 types of risk identification. First, financial risk. The financial risks have 2 risks inside. They are profitability for the company that can cause business not profitable, and the capital placement can be wrong to get the focus strategy. Second is reputation, include risk of customer loyalty and investor confidence. Next, operational risk. Huawei is a business company engaged in the product sector, so that operational risk, which include research and development risk and manufacturing risk, need to be considered by Huawei. Next type of risk is market and strategy that include marketing and branding strategy and customer needs, which focus on the customer and also situational change risk. Okay, next slide. Fifth is tools and technology risk. As a communication and technology company, Huawei should follow the increase of technological advancement and develop their own technology and product design. So that there are tools and technology risks, including technological development and product design risk. Next, we have main risk in a policy and legal, that is geopolitical partnership. This risk was identified because can impact several aspects of business. And last but not least, there are competition risk and human resource risk that include sequentially risk of tough competition, employability, and employee attitude.
So after we identify all of the 8 risks, we continue to make the analysis by scoring the impact and the probability from 1 to 5 score. And after that, we multiply the probability and the impact, multiply probability. And it comes RPI, or risk priority index. By risk priority index, we can create the risk matrix as one as like the screen share. As you can see, there are 4 colors. The green one is for the low risk, the yellow one is for medium risk, the orange one is for the high risk, and the red one is the most critical or the extreme risk. As you can see, there are 4 critical risks that might happen in the Huawei company. The risk 3.1, which is research and development, that has 15 RPI. Risk 7.1 also has a RPI 15 point. It is a tough competition. And risk 5.1, it is a technological development that has 20 RPI. And the most critical risk is geopolitical partnership risk, which has 25 RPI. So why we choose the geological partnership risk as the most crucial risk in the Huawei? Because we think this risk is gonna have an impact for several aspects on the business. It also has a great probability in Huawei. As we can see, there are several articles, several issues and accusations that attack Huawei, such as America, about trust issue on America, and there are also a tragedy in T-Mobile. There are some of employee in Huawei was accusation to stole one of the asset of T-Mobile. So T-Mobile as a Western company won't be trust anymore to Huawei. And also Google. This is the most critical thing we think that happened in Huawei. They can't use Google anymore because America didn't trust Huawei because they think the technological of the Huawei will harm the safetyness of the country. It is also have a great impact. The geological partnership risk also have a great impact. They because of this risk, they can update their Android and connect with other apps because everything now connect with Google, right? So Google is, I think Google is everything in our handphone and in a technological, especially in communication. So without Google, phone has a very little prospect to grow. And also it is the Huawei product also can't sell in America anymore. Meanwhile, America is the most richest countries in the world, one of the most richest country in the world. So I think it is something a kind of big issue in the company. And also, there are an article that shows that Huawei sales was decreased by 17%, which is around 23 million US dollar. However, the company survived by increase their profit by 3.3% of their other product. So, but we think they can rely on other product because mobile phone is one of the technological product that people want to use it and buy it. So I think because of this geological partnership risk, they can improve their profitability into the next level. And then there are some treatment that we suggestion. The first one is they have to make some department or division to rebuild trust with markets. So Huawei should make a special division to have a negotiation with latest partners such as America, T-Mobile, and Google to rebuild the trust with others. Because collaboration is the most important things in VUCA era, right? So we have to create a partnership with a trust, and there are special division to make it that happen again. And also after we create those division, we also have to make sign a clear contract about partnership trust, because with a contract there are a legal entity involved that contract, and the negotiation will be more safe. And the last but not least, this is I think the most important, the most crucial and the most hardest thing that Huawei have to do is create their own Google. Their own Google, which just mean their own operational system that connect many apps to their operational system, their technological operational system. Actually, Huawei already did this by create another Google. It is called Harmony. It is still in development progress, but we think this Harmony operational system will help Huawei to decrease the geological partnership risk impact. Okay, and all of those treatment was a type of mitigate risk treatment. Next slide. And we also have a feature turbulence mitigation for a better future for Huawei. The first one is technological involvement. So as a company, Huawei should increase their technological engagement, because by technology, Huawei will change their old-fashioned ways to become more modern, so that it can cut the cost, shorten time of creating the product, and streamline the production process. And the last one, they have to make a collaboration. As we can see, with partner, there are some weaknesses of the company will be backed up by the partner. So I think collaboration is really a good choice for the company in the VUCA era besides competition. So collaboration, I think it is a must for every company, especially for Huawei.
Okay, thank you, Dufa and Sekar, for your presentation. And Malcolm exit.
Hello, Tim. I think your time is up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very
Your
much.
time is up. Yes. So, thank you for your presentation. So, please, judges, your question.
Nita, can I ask the first question, if that's okay?
Yes.
My
Please.
first question is, why did you call your team as such? Which I think, as Nita mentioned, it's was it a nearly die?
Nearly die.
Nearly die interpretation. Sorry, that's a small question, but the bigger question is, you've concentrated in terms of the top risk assessment and in having a Google. So you kind of wonder why Google does not have a mobile phone, so to speak. So the concentration of that, and for you, and then later on you mentioned strong collaboration, which could be a opposite of creating your own, yet doing collaboration. So that's, if I may add, my third question is on the reputational branding risk, which I'm quite happy that you actually mentioned in your report, because that's, I think, a little bit far-reaching in terms of getting the US market, as you said, that they should get. But the problem there is really more on the reputational risk. So, sorry, back to my first question, the name. The second point is, isn't the collaboration opposite to the Google position that you're saying? And the third is your point on reputational risk.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Imelda, for the question. The first one I will answer for why we choose Sekarat as our team name, because Sekarat actually is an acronym for our team members' name, Sekar, Pamadova, and Kraut. So it might be Sekarat. And yeah, it is a meaning for almost die, but the most important things that we want to experience all of the hardest part of this competition. Yeah, I think we're ready to feel almost die, to feel the experience of the hardest part of this competition. So we are ready for everything. It is meant for we're ready for everything. And for the second question is about Google, right? About Google. I think we said that Google is not a part of competitors, but Google Google can be a partners for Huawei to improve their operational system of the technological communication. So by Google, I think every people now are using Google for save their data, save their photo of their family, send their email. So I think without Google, Huawei can do anything. So I think it is really a good solution for Huawei to have a great collaboration between Google and Huawei itself. So it is one of solution that we can think about it. And I'm sorry, what is the third question, Miss?
Oh, the position of the reputational risk.
Okay, sure.
Because when you're talking about the U.S. market, it's largely because of the reputation.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the reputation. We think the reputation is one of the risks that might happen in every business, especially in this technological communication business, because people now are looking for just not people are not just looking the functional of the brand, but they're also looking for the message or the value of the brand that will be give to the world and also give to the consumer. So I think by have a great planning in the reputation, Huawei will give I'm sorry. Huawei will get more. Huawei will get more customer to buy their product because they have a good reputation. Because maybe they finish their problem with America, so the product will be able to sell in America, and not on America, in China also there are some others product. For example, the X1, X product, and Xiaomi or other things, other products. So to compete with their local product, they have to create their reputation. They have to make their own value to be different than other. So I think we think it is the most crucial also.
Thank
you.
Okay.
I have a question. Thank you, Sakura team, and hello from Cambridge. My question was also around the collaboration of the Google side of things, but perhaps just a step back. And while there would be a great advantage to collaborating with an organization such as or similar to Google, there might well be equally a number of liabilities that you would engage by working with an organization like Google. How would you consider, and how would you look at the risk in terms of the downside risk or any liabilities that might come along with very large organizations like Google?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. I think by have a partnership with Google, Huawei will have a good offering also. Because they was being the second one, the best the second best of Huawei phone product beside iPhone and Samsung. Huawei is, I think, is one of the top product before they cut their partnership with Google. So with Google, I think Huawei will improve their product beside their improve their features in the mobile phone. They also will have a great market, and also Google will give them some data, I think, because Google is one of the company that has a big data, and Huawei can take advantage from that data to improve their market analysis or any other aspect in their business area. I think that's all.
Okay.
Thank
Next
you.
question. Yes, we still have 3 minutes left, judges.
Yeah.
So please, Mr. Hassanein.
Yeah, I've got a question first. Thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. And greeting from Cairo, Egypt. One of your proposed solutions for Huawei was the innovation, that you keep on innovation, and that was one of their core competency. But also innovation has its own attached risk. Now Huawei, they are expanding in some segments, like in these, they are making laptops, they are making tablets, and of course there are some must-to-do items like AirPods, like smartwatches. What kind of risk do you think is attached with this kind of innovation?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think because Huawei have much innovation such as smartwatch, laptop, and phone, there might be another risk. I'm thinking about back to reputation, because the more product they create, the more hardest they have to control their reputation in the company. Maybe there are some product that they have a wrong production, or maybe that have a product that fail, that has a bad operational system. It might be and have another risk, and also it will actually we already write it, the reputation risk, on our presentation, but it will change the impact, I think, from 4 point into 5 point, I think, or will be more impactful than before, because there have many innovation than before. Okay.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute left. No question. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Sekarat crew, for the presentation and the answers. Thank you. Please give a big applause for the Sekarat crew. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to invite who? All right, the third team to present is NRNO team from Vietnam National University, University of Economics and Business. So, students, are you ready? You have 10 minutes. Please use your time wisely. Your time starts now, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are NRNO team coming from Vietnam National University, University of Economics and Business. Today, we will talk about the Huawei company case study. So, the story of Huawei's struggle for the past 2 years is no stranger to the technology world. The war between it and the US government, the President Donald Trump, is a hot topic from 2019. So, to this presentation, look on the screen is today's agenda. We will begin summarizing the case by using the terminology and the risk assessment following ISO 13000-2018. Then the next part, we will show our understanding of risk appetite and risk tolerance, and how the company managed the risk. Then to end up the presentation today, we will bring some risk solution in the current situation in the near future. So let's start it. To describe the case, on the screen, you can see is the diagram that we draw following the ISO 31000-2018. So first is establish the business context. Through the context, you can see through the strategy of Huawei, such as focusing on interconnected devices that will deliver more customized and enhanced value, or create value for their customer, invest in R&D, focus on ecosystem, alliance and partnership, and integrate both globalization and localization across its value chain. Moreover, the context can be seen through the Huawei business objective, like become number one globally by the end of 2020, and still maintain the exponential growth in the consumer business it had achieved in the past decade. We also realize that Huawei's core focus is focus on building robust, reliable, and high-quality telecommunication network and services. The company also wants its flagship product in that make an image into the consciousness of the user. So it is our draw of the context in more clearly. We base on the balanced scorecard method that we analyze this case into from two angles: innovation growth perspective and customer perspective. From the view of innovation and growth, there are a lot of difficulties that you can see on the slides, like pandemic, high competition, supply chain, legal sanction, and decreased reputation. And in our opinion, the legal sanction that be impacted by political pressure is the most critical risk of the Huawei company now and in the near future. In customer perspective, the high demand from dense population in China or India that affected directly on the customer of the company. And so come back to the risk assessment following the ISO 31000-2018. After understanding the business context, then the next step is realizing the identifying relevant risks of the company. So we identify three main risks, which are competition risk, pandemic risk, and supply chain risk. Following the guideline of ISO, the next step is analyzing risk, analyze the impact and the likelihood of occurrence. If it is tolerable risk, then the company will monitor and review it. If not, they will bring some solution to mitigate or treat risk. So for competition risk, if it's not tolerable, after considering, the company will reduce it by diversify product or to pandemic risk. They will reduce risk to accept a part of it by expanding business. And for supply chain risk, they can reduce risk by cooperating with others. So this is my presentation. The next is Ngọc Ánh presentation about risk appetite and risk tolerance.
Yeah. Thanks, Queen, for summarizing the contact and risk management process of the company. Now I will talk about risk appetite and risk tolerance of Huawei. During ISO 3100 about risk management, risk appetite is defined as the amount and type of risk that an organization is willing to virtually retain. For this case study, we highlight some statements which may insinuate the use of risk appetite. For example, as we look at the table on the slide, with competition risk, the appetite is as low as reasonably practical. In fact, with the premium segment, Huawei must compete with Apple and Samsung. With the medium to low-end segment, Huawei must compete with Vivo or Xiaomi. However, restrict had a limit. That is the market. And in order to control risk, the company decided to invest in Africa, Latin America, and diversify products. It can be said that this is a quite effective solution. With the second risk, supply chain risk, the appetite is as low as reasonably practical for impact of the suppliers. However, risk has a limit. Political pressure. Current control option is the sell products and cooperate with other suppliers such as ST Microelectronics. Huawei has stepped up its own production of chip through its subsidiary High Silicon. The next slide. With risk tolerance is an organization or stakeholder ready to bear the risk actual risk treatment in order to achieve its objective. In this case, several statements which may illustrate the use of risk tolerance can mention hardware hedge is bad. However, by offering not only smartphone to compete with Samsung in the high-end Android platform space, but also mid-range alternative for the booming Chinese and emerging market. Premium smartphone vendors were required to invest heavily in R&D or risk having to lower the price of their device to remain competitive with consumers. Okay, I have completed my presentation. Then Chang will continue.
Thank you, Anh. And after the presentation of Huawei risk management process and risk appetite, risk tolerance, I will present the last part of our presentation, the case risk solution in the current context. Due to the complicated development of the COVID-19 pandemic, many companies have had to suspend or limit operations to prevent the spread of the coronavirus. They have disrupted the world supply chain and make the Huawei product development and production slow down. However, thanks to the development of science and technology, this problem can be improved. The use of automated systems for operation and software like Zoom, Microsoft Teams make it possible for the company to continue to operate normally even though employees have to work from home. In the next slide, I will spill about the COVID pandemic. In 2 years in a row of the epidemic has caused many countries to experience economic recession, employment increase, especially for the freelancers or those working in service industry. For example, in my country, Vietnam, a lot of enterprises are forced to support with many measures, including reduced labor, cutting, rotating leave, recruiting seasonal workers, temporary workers to maintain operation. Falling income caused a sharp drop in demand for electronic devices like smartphones and related service. So I think the company could sell service device to save money for customers to raise their demand. Our presentation is end now. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you very much. So yeah, your time is up already. Thank you for NRNO team. Please judges your question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please, Mr. Farhazy.
So you're mentioning in your analysis three major risks: competition risk, pandemic risk, and supply chain risk. Now, I have no dispute or no argument against that. My question is, what about external risks, like the geopolitical issues that Huawei is facing in the US and by consequence also in Europe? It seems that you did mention that somewhere, but not in the main analysis or the conceptual overview you gave. Where do we see those external risks? Is that something that I did not see clearly, or is it my misinterpretation? I'd like you to elaborate on that one. Thank you. Is the question clear?
Yes.
Sure. Go ahead.
So you asked about the outside risk, right?
Yes, the external risks.
So we have mentioned the legal sanction as a outside risk of the company, and and in our answer we also mention it as the most critical risk. So we think that the US sanction as an outside risk is most critical because the US introductions of sanction is not only limitation of the US alone, but also a limitation of many countries for China. So as a Chinese enterprise, Huawei also faces many difficulties from the US policy, such as the promotion and increase of product brand awareness will be in the market will be much lower than before. And moreover, the supply chain component that the Huawei had to depend on the US market before also be will be affected a lot.
Okay, no, that's answering it. So I just was wondering on the first slide. That's okay, fine. Good. Thank you. Wonderful.
May I?
Yes, please.
Your presentation, I like the way that you've actually tackled the problems, the risk, and then you tackled the level of tolerability, whether it's a yes or no, and the impact and the probability, the likelihood of it happening. And then you summarized in one of your slides the risk appetite in terms of, you named the top three. I'm a little bit confused though about from getting the risk appetite to the solution. I didn't quite get the solution part. Like first and foremost, you did say competition, probability high, impact medium. Yet the controls that you, if you want to show your slide 7, I think, the controls that you placed in is invest in Africa. I kind of like, or diversify products. I kind of like, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, but can you repeat your question?
Yeah. The main question is really on, you've done the level of, you mentioned about the risk appetite, and then you mentioned about the risk, the highest that you mentioned in terms of likelihood is competition, and the impact to Huawei is medium. Yet I'm not sure about the solution on this, whether it's there in the control. You said invest in Africa, Latin America, diversify products. I don't quite get the flow of the solution to a risk that you mentioned that is the likelihood to happen and a medium to high impact. Could you explain further what you mean by this? I waited till the end and then I didn't hear the solution is more on the COVID-19. It kind of didn't flow with the first two segments that you have. But with this particular one though, what do you mean? Okay, risk appetite, competition. So what happens next?
Yes, thank you for your question. In my opinion, the control affect a little the good competitive because when Huawei invest in America, African and Latin America is the Huawei is compete with Vivo and Xiaomi because the areas is the market the cheap market.
Okay, so basically, what you're saying is in this particular area, there's a level of, they can still get the market in this particular area, and therefore having an investment in that area would help solve the competition. Is that what you're saying?
We mean that when when Huawei invest more in other countries like Africa or Latin America, these are countries where where local people using smartphone is not too much, then it's a potential market to raise their revenue, raise their to raise revenue. So this can solving the competition risk.
So more potential. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question.
All right, we still have 2 minutes for judges' question for the NR and O team.
Nita, I can jump in if that's okay.
Okay, please.
Thanks to the team. You've done a lot of analysis on the actual content of the risk, which was really interesting. I wonder, there's a question here about the Huawei process, Huawei's own approach. Did you get anything from the case study, from your own research, that looks at their own risk management process? I mean, you've analysed the actual risks and you've gone into the content, but did you learn anything about how Huawei actually implemented their own risk management? Were there any insights you got from the case study?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm talking from Australia and we talk very fast and we mumble. My apologies. My apologies. A lot of there is some great analysis in your presentation of the actual risk, the content. You have looked at the actual risks and talked about them. I'm also interested just about Huawei's own process. Their own process for getting your own analysis of the risks? Did you learn anything from the case study about how good is Huawei's internal process for risk management? Do they follow ISO 31000 guidelines? Did you learn anything from the case or from your own research about the process that they follow?
Yeah, okay, I got it. So in a limited time of 2 hours, in the case study, we researching the case study, we see that this case that mentioned a little bit about partner strategy, but we don't see that, but no integrated risk taking. But we think that the Huawei company had practiced according following the guideline, the ISO 31000 2018 quite effectively.
Okay, super. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for NR and O team. Please give big applause to the team. And thank you, judges, for the questions as well. So for the 4th team, the next team, we have 3 teams left, right? So for the 4th team, I would like to invite Maple team from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. So students, are you ready? Please start your presentation. Hello?
Just wanted to check, is the audio working well?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, yeah. Good.
Is your clock starting already?
No,
already.
While you're doing that, I keep forgetting you only had 2 hours to do this.
Yes.
Still brilliant work from
My
everyone.
team members, could you share instead? I have some issues with my screen sharing. Saranya, are you able to do the screen sharing? I don't know why there's some issues with my screen right now.
Give me a second.
Okay, you have 8 minutes left. Please start.
Jane, are you able to? Okay, wait. Let me. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see? Okay. Oh, oops. Let me start from the start. Okay.
Sorry
Can.
for the delay. Good afternoon, judges and audience members. We are Team Maple. Huawei is one of the largest technological companies in the world and the leading corporation in telecommunication equipment and consumer electronics in China. However, given the latest complications regarding COVID-19 as well as the geopolitical tensions, Huawei is now at its critical point where it needs to formulate solutions to tide over this current period of turbulence in order to remain competitive both technologically as well as in terms of competitive advantage. Risk management therefore becomes key in this process. So let us begin with a summary of the process from the case. We have followed strictly to the ISO 31000 requirements. So therefore, in the first block, we have the scope, context, and criteria that we have extracted, which is high-level strategic management. And internally, we require risk management because of supply chain issues. And externally, as I mentioned earlier, there are geopolitical headwinds as well as competition issues. And the criteria would, of course, tie objective of maintaining exponential growth to keep technological and competitive advantage. So the middle block would be the risk identification, analysis, and evaluation that falls under risk assessment. There isn't a lot of information, but from what we can see that they exercise risk identification in the strategic choices of value proposition, product positioning, strategic sourcing, as well as Internet of Things partnerships. And there is also impact and likelihood analysis. And with that, when they consider the impact on their current business models, they will evaluate the risk accordingly. And the treatment is therefore an iterative process of communicating with various personnel for approval to reduce risk. On the sides, we have communication and consultation, as well as monitoring and reviewing. From here, we actually don't see a lot of that information in the case material, but from some additional research, we actually find that Huawei does have corporate governance, that there's ample internal control processes available. And in terms of communication and consultation, we see that we can infer that there's some sort of high-level strategic decision making, and there's a lot of consultations between the management as well as the technical teams. And in terms of recording and reporting, we do not have adequate information in the case, but we note that reporting should be done from the management to internal as well as external stakeholders in relevance to the organizational objectives and decision making. Yeah, so let us move on to the second question. Where risk appetite and risk tolerance are key concepts. Again, on the left, we have taken the concepts from the ISO 31000. And from the illustration of the concepts that we have seen in the case, we understand that Huawei knows that there is significant risk in manufacturing smartphones internally, given the huge capital investments. And therefore, they acknowledge that significant risk in lack of design and development capabilities if they use lower cost sourcing. So in this decision-making process where they have this balance, we can see that they are illustrating the risk appetite concept. And in the second part, in the Internet of Things partnerships, they do also consider the risks of diversification on quality as well as brand image. So in this process, we also note that they are trying to use the risk appetite concept to curb whatever risk that they have. So now let's think about it. What are the most significant risks for Huawei currently?
So for question 3, we looked at 3 different significant risks: innovation, competition, and geopolitical and economic risks. And we evaluated all these based on the criteria in the ISO as shown on the slide. So we've concluded that geopolitical and economic risk is the most critical, as it is virtually certain due to a variety of external factors that are not within Huawei's control, such as COVID-19 pandemic, sanctions, trade tensions, and so on. So this will actually result in a high magnitude of changes, especially on Huawei's supply chain, like Google discontinuing its services. And beyond operations, the risk actually also affects many other risks, like financial and reputational risk. Unexpected changes in global economic and geopolitical relations will also cause existing controls to be not as effective and risk confidence levels to be low. Hence, geopolitical and economic risk are the most critical risk. So moving on to question 4. Based on Apple and Samsung's best practices and the ISO standards, Huawei has practiced the risk management process to a moderate extent. Huawei did well in integrating objectives in risk management process by maintaining its technological and competitive advantage. It also did well in identifying and analyzing risk and opportunities like the 5G network. However, Huawei's timeliness in reporting and monitoring can be improved to report and monitor more frequently rather than quarterly. Hence, these risk management processes can actually help Huawei implement appropriate measures targeted at identified risk and achieve their commercial success. So lastly, for question 5, although COVID-19 pandemic actually indicated a swift decline in smartphone sales, as shown in the trends, this still presents an opportunity for Huawei in recovery. And some other trends include continuous digitalization and high smartphone penetration amongst millennials who are highly concerned about phone features like operating systems. Furthermore, amidst these trends, Huawei experiences a decrease in market share and is being threatened by Vivo and Oppo because of Google discontinuing its services in Huawei. So Huawei has actually developed a new operating system as a result called Harmony OS with artificial intelligence capabilities, but it still lacks certain capabilities. Therefore, to achieve Huawei's aim of continued growth in the industry, it is essential for Huawei to consider the above trends and issues to maintain Huawei's market position and competitive advantage. So moving on, what are the risk treatments that we can use to address these trends and issues?
To analyze the risk treatment options that we have, we've considered the criteria of sustainability, resilience, operational difficulty, cost effectiveness, and extent of reach to consumers. Upon analysis, strengthening the Harmony OS, which is the operating system, and the production development strategies scores the highest, as you can see in this table on this slide over here. To summarize, next slide please. In order for Huawei to achieve commercial success and competitive advantage in the global markets, and also address the current trends of pandemic, digitalization, growing millennial population, and discontinuation of Google services, Huawei should devote its resources towards strengthening its operating system and the product development strategies. Moving on, we can look at the approval and implementation stages. These stages involve the senior management and board of directors, where the communication and collaboration between the different departments is also key in achieving Huawei's objective as mentioned earlier. Some of these departments include engineering, finance, project management, investment, and cybersecurity. The solution entails the stages of planning, development, data collection, and further extension. And at the bottom of the slide, you can see the breakdown of the timeline broken into short-term, medium-term, and long-term. Next, we've also considered the constraints and the respective contingency plans. These include technical difficulties, insufficient budget, and lack of customers' reception. These constraints will be addressed by the different personnel such as the engineering departments, finance, and marketing teams accordingly. Last but not the least, for performance measures, we will be monitoring the interaction rate in the Huawei's online store, the sales figures of the models that they release, and also collect customer feedback on the facilities that will be introduced in the revamped systems. As for reporting and monitoring, managers can also track the progress of the project through project records, monthly progress updates, and also set up a project management office. These will ensure ownership and commitment in the different personnel involved in the risk management project. So what's next? As Huawei continues to build a fully connected and intelligent world, it is imperative that it works on strengthening its Harmony OS and production development processes to sustain technological and competitive advantage in the years to come. Thank you for your kind attention.
Team Maple, so your time is up.
Yeah, thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, so please judges your questions to the Maple team.
Okay, can I ask? Oh, go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
No, please. I think you came off mute faster than I did, so the floor is yours.
In your slide 7, if you can put that up, where you have objective issues and trends and risk treatment. By the way, excellent presentation and visuals. You have the risk treatment in your objective issues and trends, summarizing the risk treatment into the strengthening of Harmony OS and product development strategies. I didn't quite hear how. I guess because of the absence of time, you needed to tackle all the slides. But since this is kind of like the heart of it, you gather the risk, the appetite, and now what do you do? So would you mind just having a kind of explaining further in terms of why the strengthening of the Harmony OS and product development strategies are that important in terms of managing their risk?
Okay, thank you for the question. I think I'll take this question. So just to clarify, I'll be now breaking down and elaborating more on the solution that we chose from this table, as you can see on the slide here. So as we know, Google already discontinued its services when previously it was supposed to be using the Google Play Store and other apps related to that. And because of that, Huawei was pushed into a situation where it had to develop its own operating system, which is actually the Harmony OS, which was also mentioned by the previous teams. And one of the main challenges of developing this operating system is that they actually use a multi-kernel design, which we found out in our research during the 2 hours just now. And while it does allow for app developers to transfer their applications over to this new operating system, there has been a lot of complaints over the like bugging issues and things like that, which is still a work in progress because there's technical issues of compiling and transferring these applications over to this new platform. And precisely because of that, there are also less app developers who are willing to work with Huawei in promoting their applications, and thereby this also affects the customers' experience in terms of the accessibility to popular apps, or like at least equivalent apps to that of, let's say, Netflix, YouTube, etc., etc. So because of that, we feel that more needs to be done in terms of the technical implementations on the operating system side, which is why we felt that that's also one of the key things that is relevant with the current trends that we've already mentioned in the previous slide, which was, I think, slide 6 or 7. Yeah, and as for how they can actually improve in terms of the actual features, some of the things that the consumers are currently expecting are things like holographic screen projections, 3D project scanning, foldable devices, which are like actually the upcoming trends, which Huawei can actually tap on and improve its performance in these areas to make up or like compensate for the lack of the Google operating system that it's currently experiencing as an issue in its production processes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm getting better customer experience. Thank you. Very well answered.
Okay. Alan, yes, please.
I have a question from Cambridge. Thank you for that presentation. It certainly looked very good. Just looking at a different model perspective, understanding your customers, understanding your operations and your products. You probably recognize that the 3 sort of phase model. Certainly, you focused on the product itself, strengthening the Harmony OS. And looking at the other 2 areas, clearly you've identified the customer side of things. But in terms of the operation and the operational aspects and the risks that may arise from that with respect to implications of collaboration, geopolitical challenges, and changes in the way that the organization may need to work across its partners. How do you see the risks being managed from a framework perspective within Huawei?
I'd like to paraphrase your question.
look,
I think because it was a little bit long, we got a little bit lost in the middle.
Okay, so I wasn't sure if I was being very clear there. My question was really around the operational side and the operational risk with respect to focusing on the actual product. So a lot of the focus has been around Harmony OS. But what about the risk with regard to the operational side of that in respect of ensuring the delivery, the continuous modification, making sure that they adopt all of the other areas that may be important to that, whether it's Harmony OS on IoT, whether it's rolling it out on different platforms and things like that. So it's really about the operational side of things. So the operational risk internally, again, to Huawei.
I guess
So,
I'll start first.
So maybe I'm still not being clear, for which I apologize. Carry on.
Yeah, sorry. So just to clarify, we have, besides just addressing the consumer aspect of things, there's also some of the challenges that may be faced in the operational aspect because of the differences that are going to be, that we are suggesting that they need to make to their operating system and things like that, right? Yeah, so we did consider that. So one of the examples or like areas that they will have to put more, pay more attention to will be the supply chain management, because one of the other issues that they have been recently facing is they do actually, although they are predominantly one of the biggest players in the China consumer market, they do outsource some of the components that they require to manufacture their products. So, and some of the trade tensions that resulted from the geopolitical risk and other risks that we have mentioned earlier on, it has definitely had a substantial impact on their supply chain management as well, which will also be requiring more attention since we are going to actually be changing some of the things that the Harmony operating system is currently the current system that they are working with. So how we hope that Huawei can actually address this would be one of the weaknesses that we mentioned in their risk management process in the earlier slides. If Jane can go back. Yeah, I think it was question 4. Yeah, question 4. Yeah, so one of the things that we didn't really find much information on is about the timeliness of the reporting and the monitoring of the risk. So now that the risks that we have identified are much more dynamic in nature, given the very latest like pandemic trends and how the consumers' preferences are changing drastically, we feel that having a very tight and strict monitoring system and timely reporting of the risks that they are facing in their supply chain side will definitely go a long way in tackling the other risk on the whole as well, and also effectively implement the solutions that we have mentioned. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. That's a very appropriate answer, especially the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the Maple team from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Big applause for the Maple team. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So now we have two teams left. Yeah. Please get ready. The UFAM team. I'm sure you're very ready, right, to start your presentation. UFAM team from Surabaya University, Indonesia. So please, team, are you ready? You can start now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today we're going to present our discussion about risk management practice in Huawei. So first of all, let me introduce our team. We are from UFAM, and my name is Agnes, and my partner are Alicia and Lady. Okay, I'm sorry, did you see the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, it already appears.
Okay, next. Okay, so the first step in risk management process based on ISO 31000:2018 is developing the scope, context, and criteria. So our discussion scope today is the technology industry, and the context is divided into internal and external context. Some external conditions that can affect Huawei are changes in government policy, and then macroeconomic condition, political condition, environmental condition, competitors, and IT development. And on the other side, the internal condition that can affect Huawei include availability of human and capital resources and organizational culture. After that, we develop the risk criteria for Huawei, which is likelihood and severity score, and calculate the RPN or risk priority number. The table on the left side is for the likelihood, the right one is for the RPN, and the severity level is on the next slide. Okay, next.
Okay, after developing the risk criteria, we identify some risks that can affect Huawei. Then we determine the likelihood and severity score for each risk, so we can calculate the RPN and make a ranking based on the RPN. There are three risks with the highest RPN, namely competitive risk, technological development, and the last one is brand loyalty. From several smartphone brands in 2019, Huawei has a low market share. Huawei is ranked fifth with a market share of 15%. Huawei target market is upper class, while the upper class is more likely to choose Apple or Samsung brand. For sales in China, Huawei has high sales because it is supported by Chinese government, which is required it to buy domestic product. Meanwhile, in other countries, Huawei products are unable to compete with products from Samsung and Apple. Technological development with the second most critical risk. Technological development changes every year, seen from the network which initially used handy-talkie as to change to 5G and 5G networks. The feature of smartphones are also growing rapidly from the beginning using button. Now it has become a touchscreen. This technological change definitely require a large cost for testing and others. The next critical risk that faced by Huawei is brand loyalty. This happens because Samsung and Apple have high loyal customers. This high loyalty will certainly make products from Huawei difficult to enter and difficult to offer to customers from Samsung and Apple. Okay, and the next slide. We determine the risk treatment for each risk. This can be done by transferring or sharing, mitigating or reducing, avoiding, or accepting the risk. And first, to treat the competitive risk, we use mitigate by clarify the target market and brand awareness from the company, and monitor the development of technology and feature of competitors, and always develop technology. Then, for the second critical risk, require employee who have the potential and have good skill and knowledge and always update, develop, and add knowledge related to the latest technology. Then for the brand loyalty risk, we mitigate by keeping brand awareness on consumer, interesting promotion program, and loyalty program, and good after sales service. Okay, after determining the risk treatment, we determine the department that was responsible to monitor and review the process and result of the treatment. Okay, next slide. Okay, this slide shows the risk matrix of Huawei. The matrix on the left show that there is two risks in unacceptable area, which is competitive risk and technological development, and three risks in significant area, three risks in moderate area, and three risks in the minor area. And the matrix on the right side show the matrix after treatment. We can see there is some risk moving to the lower left. This indicates that there has been a decrease in likelihood or severity score. For example, the competitive risk moved from the unacceptable to significant area. Okay, next.
Okay, now let's move to the second case. These are some statements that reflect the risk appetite and tolerance of Huawei. These statements on the left side shows the amount of risk that is expected to be taken by the firm to achieve its goal, while at the same time reflecting the company's attitude towards risk. From this statement, we can see that Huawei is more like a risk seeker who wants to chase the opportunity even though the risk is also high. And then the statements on the right side shows the degree of uncertainty that can be tolerated by the company based on its ability to bear fluctuation in risky events. And then next, after developing the risk management process using ISO 31000-2018, we conclude that the risk management practice in Huawei is not effective. Why? Because we see that in developing their new products, there seems to be no effort from management to identify and manage risks that can occur in the future. So in this case, it appears that the main considerations in developing a new product are simply consumer taste and needs, but in reality, there are many risks that may arise during the process, such as changes in regulation, microeconomic condition, and segmentation risk. So here we suggest Huawei to implement risk management process based on ISO 31000-2018 to minimize the possibility of risk and reduce its impact. Next. Okay, now we move on to the next case. We have identified some disruption risks that can affect Huawei together with its likelihood, severity, RPN, and also made a ranking based on the RPN. As we can see in this slide, there are two risks with the highest RPN. The first one is macroeconomic condition. COVID-19 has caused an economic slowdown and decline in consumer purchasing power in various countries. During this period, there is a decrease in companies' income because consumers tend to divert its consumption on basic necessities and health equipment. And then the second one is the millennial preference. As we know that currently the world's population are dominated by millennials who will become the primary consumers of smartphones company. So the millennials has a tendency to choose the newest smartphone that has advanced and unique feature and has something that can differentiate it from others. Next. Okay, to mitigate the macroeconomic condition, the company must attract consumers by delivering smartphone with some specification that suit the needs of consumers at affordable price. And then for the millennial who want a brand new and advanced smartphone, Huawei can mitigate it by always updating information of technological development and then recruiting highly creative workers and optimizing the research and development department to observe the millennials' preference and develop products that can differentiate Huawei from its competitors. And now here we come to the last step, which is determine the department who is responsible to monitor and review the risk treatment process and result. For example, the macroeconomic condition risk treatment is the responsibility of finance department and also sales and service overseas. Next. Okay, so the matrix on the left side show the position of its risk that faced by the company because of disruption. There is one risk in unacceptable area, which is macroeconomic condition, and then two risks in significant area, and three risks in moderate area. And then the matrix on the right side is the matrix after treatment. We can see that there is some risk that move to the lower left. This indicates that there has been a decrease in likelihood or severity score. For example, the number one risk, which is macroeconomic condition risk, move from the unacceptable area to significant area. Okay, next. Okay, that's all about our discussion. Thank you for your attention. And are there any questions?
All right, please, judges. Yes.
Can I start my question, please?
Yes.
Question. Risk appetite. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And it's really very difficult in 2 hours to prepare such a great effort and make it as a demo presentation. Risk appetite, we do have, we seem to agree that Huawei has a considerable risk appetite and is willing to go in the same way to emphasize its market share, its market value. But how about the competition risk inside China, domestic threat from companies like Vivo, like Xiaomi, like Redmi? It seems to me they are going into the right way and they are acquiring technology and knowledge. So should they have better rank in the market, the companies, the competitors, what would be the risk appetite for Huawei? What do you think it should be? The same, to minimize, to raise the risk appetite?
Okay, in our opinion, in the domestic market, which is China, Huawei is the first company. I mean, the largest companies, and it has the support from the government. So we think that Huawei doesn't need a lot of effort to be the biggest one in the China,
Mhm.
and it will be better for Huawei to chase the opportunity in other countries.
Hmm. So you think they will maintain the same risk appetite level and the same in their same country home?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I jump in, Nita, with a question? Thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. If my Australian English doesn't translate, please stop me and I'll start again. I'm really interested in the connection between the technology, the intellectual property, and human resources. And I noticed, I think earlier on your slides, you had access to technology. I'm not sure the term was fairly high in terms of the risks, but the human resources risk was relatively low. But those two are surely they're linked. And I think when you look at the risk treatment for technology, a lot of that is about people, right? So there's a people dimension to getting the technology, to developing the intellectual property. So I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. How do you see the people dimension as part of the risk to being able to implement the technology solutions?
Okay, I'll try to answer. So the relation between technology and people, we think that if Huawei wants to use some modern technology or better technology, it needs greater human competence and skill. So I think technology is technology is the tools, but the ideas and the competency is from the human. So people and technology is not something that can be separated.
And do you think, if I can follow up, do you think Huawei is managing that risk well, the people side of the risk, to them being able to develop what they're trying to do, new solutions?
Yes, we think that Huawei is pretty good at managing the human resource. So because we see in the case that Huawei is invest so much in R&D and human resource, so we think that it would be a good investment and it has a good treatment for the human resource.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chime in on the other two questions. One is on the risk appetite and one is technology versus people, so to speak. If you can just bring up your slide, I think it's slide 7, where you have risk appetite and the risk tolerance, where you actually explained you have 96,000 out of 193,000 employees. So if you can bring up that slide, please. No, my question there is, you circled here not effective, yet the answers you gave Agnes in the latter in terms of the risk appetite seems to be a little bit positive and seems to be saying it's effective. Slide 7, I think it is. I took note here. Yes, that one. You got it circled not effective. Yet your answer to the latter two questions in terms of the appetite, it's a little bit more positive and it's actually in line here. And in terms of you said R&D, they're spending a lot, so the technology's kind of building up because they're looking after their people. Why do you have not effective here?
Okay, so we think that while Huawei manage its risk, Huawei didn't identify all of the risks that may happen in the future. For example, like the macroeconomic risk and then the conflict between America and China. I think Huawei not identified it at first.
Okay, so positive in this too, but not enough in terms of
Yes.
not looking after the other risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there are still four minutes left for the judges. Yes, please.
No, yes.
Any more questions from the judges? All right. All right, if not, thank you very much For UFM from Surabaya University Indonesia. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's give a big applause for the UFM team. All right. Now the last but certainly not the least team. Okay, I'm sure they cannot wait to to get their turn to present. Please, the ITNB team from ITNB Institute of Business Indonesia. Please, Tim, to start your presentation.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, first, good day, everyone. The honorable adjudicators, panelists, audiences, and all participants. First of all, let us introduce ourselves first. My name is Francisca Teresia with my two partners, Meta Sinta and Dedi Haryadi. Today, we are going to explain about the risk management process in Huawei consumer business. Next. First, let us talk about the risk management process based on ISO 31000 guidelines. The first thing is the communication and consultation, right? As a global smartphone company that focuses on the people, Huawei has an integrated internal communication system that shares information regarding to the possible risks that may occur from within, and also they're aware fully of the risks that may come from outside of the company. Second is the scope, context, and criteria. Basically, let us define the scope first. Huawei identified 4 types of risks that they consider as challenges that they need to mitigate. The first is the globalization strategies, second is the brand awareness, third is the geopolitical headwinds, and the last is the 5G networks. In the past few years, Huawei has been very proactive in finding the solution to this risk. Second is the external and internal context. First is the external context. Global competition such as Apple and Samsung and other Chinese brands such as Oppo, Xiaomi, and etc. has been the biggest concern of Huawei since Apple and Samsung are still the biggest smartphone company existing. Second, supply chain is also one of the most critical external contexts from Huawei as a smartphone company. Manufacturers would rely heavily on developing long-term and broader supply agreements to secure favorable supplier of parts. However, most of the time, this was a nightmare scenario as the market value of the smartphone model would fall steeply within a few months of launch. And next is the internal context. R&D department, we believe, plays the biggest role in the internal context. Why so? Because they are the one who are going to determine whether Huawei smartphone can compete with other brands or not. Second is the marketing department, who also plays their role in risk management process, since marketing strategies and execution will also impact the success of the product itself. Finally is the financial department, who are the one that support both R&D and marketing department. Given the fact that Huawei is categorized into one of the companies who spend the most in their research and development department. Next, let us define the risk criteria. Huawei focused in creating value for their customers through quality and experience at an affordable price, right? Any challenges that can affect these two things are going to draw full attention to Huawei. This also includes being the technological leader in the market. And moving on to the third point, the risk assessment. We think this company identifies the risk based on the competition. Smartphone industry has a very tight competition. Thus, the most critical risk should come from the market competition. It can be seen where the sales of smartphones are keeping on increasing every year, and Huawei was striving to compete with other brands as well. Next slide, please. And then let us move to the risk treatment. We think Huawei focused solely on the R&D department and its people. So every risk that might affect the company, Huawei are going to try to mitigate and control by giving value to the customer. As in the monitoring and review steps, as what is explained on the risk assessment part, we think Huawei is focusing on the competition. Hence, they are going to compare their market share and technological development among their competitors, especially Apple and Samsung as the biggest smartphone company existing. And then they are going to review whether they are competitive enough in terms of technology with their competitors. And the last is recording and reporting, which we think it does not, which we think is very necessary, and Huawei has as a technological company, so every decision or strategy that they have are going to be recorded as the report that they can refer to in the future. Next are going to be explained by my partners.
Thank you, Francisca, for the chance. And then I'm going to explain about the answer number 2, which is the risk appetite on the company Huawei. Yes, it can be seen on the statement on the case study. Over the years, Huawei become one of the top technology companies in filing for Patent Cooperation Treaty or PTC of the World Intellectual Property Organization or WIPO, with more than 85,000 active patents held by 2019. Huawei was also ranked first among major companies for new patent filings in 2020. Next, in the answer number 3, I'm going to explain about the critical risk that the company of Huawei is facing is the current circumstance is in getting the necessary supply. Since 2019, the United States have blocked Huawei in getting microchips and OS supply from Google. This makes people become hesitant to buy Huawei product because people are used to Android OS. However, the company could still partner with other companies which did not rely on American partners to develop chips for the mobile device. In this case, they are already partnering with STM Microelectronics, which is a French-Italian company. Next will be explained by my partner.
Thank you, Daddy. So the strategy that Huawei incorporates focus on R&D and people as well as their patent. These are all included inside the cost in its financial statement, and we know and mentioned in the case, the COVID-19 pandemic makes most smartphone companies suffer in terms of revenue. If Huawei keeps holding onto this strategy, they will eventually be drawn by the expenses in which is not small for R&D department. Another problem lies in the manufacturing as well, as since smartphone industry has a very low product life cycle, manufacturing by your own is not 100% a wise strategy. Other than that, if we want to benchmark the approval process with the framework in ISO 31000, the explanation is as following. The first is integrated, as mentioned previously in number 1, communication of the risk management process is integrated into their internet communication system and information sharing as well. The second is structured and comprehensive. The company main tool for their risk mitigation is their past investment in R&D that is systematic from design to production of manufacturing. The third is customized. R&D is common in many smartphones company, but Huawei keeps standard by focusing on their strategy of giving value and experience to their customers. The fourth is inclusive. Huawei takes a pride in their technology in which they feel many patents as seen in Exhibit 4. This assures the inclusive information and intellectual property of Huawei. The fifth is dynamic. Smartphone and industry that acts or reacts. Huawei focus a lot on competition as their goal is also to gain global market share against big players such as Apple and Samsung. The fifth is best available information of competition can be acquired quite easily, such as in Exhibit 5 and 6. The 7 is human and cultural factor. As mentioned before, communication is important to identify risk, and Huawei also invests a lot in human potential as they are fully related to the advancement of their R&D development. The last is continual improvement. As mentioned in the dynamic section, smartphone industry acts or reacts, and the life cycle is very short. Continual improvement is necessary, but many differ from one company to another. So the conclusion, next please. The conclusion of this presentation is Huawei needs to incorporate cost-effective strategy, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic situation. Several ways of doing this is by restructuring their manufacturing policy to incorporate more outsourcing. Patent filing should still be ongoing, as this will protect their intellectual property as they outsource their operation to a much more cost-effective method. For the R&D department, focus more on creating OS rather than hardware. Application for the OS must also be improved to be able to at least be in a part of Google application. Customer always desire is to use It's obvious, and this is why Huawei should focus on developing a user-friendly application and OS that can be accessed by everybody. Another thing that Huawei should keep on developing is their 5G network, which is very crucial in this pandemic, as internet is considered the most essential need for every people on earth. One last thing note that is the market share. Huawei most dominant revenue comes from China and followed by European, Middle East, Africa customers. Since the US law banned Huawei, gaining market share in the US will be an unwise strategy. They need to focus more on the marketing for EMEA countries instead, and also the other Asian countries such as Indonesia, which is also considered one of the highest users smartphone. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention and have a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, IT and B team. Please, judges, your question.
Thank you for your presentation. Question from Cambridge. I noticed on a number of slides you identified, and I'll be very specific in my question, you identified the use of patents, some 85,000 patents, and you, on your conclusion slide, you said that that was to protect. Do you see the use of patents as perhaps a defensive mechanism in terms of being proactive with regard to risk and managing the risk environment with regard to competitors? And secondly, in terms of using the patents in the organization, in terms of, say, economic buffering, for example, cross-licensing and things like that. How do you see, so I suppose the question simply is, how do you see patents forming a part of their risk strategy?
Okay, I will try to answer your question. With the reason why we think patent is very crucial in a company is because in the world of technological industry, patent is something that is really needed, because if you do not have that, then people are going to claim that technology of yours become theirs, right? That is what is generally happening in the world of technological industry. That is why we think the way Huawei are getting patents for all of its products as soon as possible is a very strategic way for its company. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I try to be practical. Indonesia is a big country, and you've been mentioning on one of the first slides that Huawei is focusing on competition and more particularly trying to increase its market share, right? Now, the question I have is, if you personally or your team members, would you prefer to buy Huawei or Samsung or Apple, taking into account all what you have said? Because it's one thing to say things conceptually, and the other one to materialize or be practical if you're responsible for a company like Huawei. So my question to you as a potential consumer is, taking into account all what you said, the Google and whatever the risks you're mentioning, would you prefer Samsung, Apple, or Huawei, or Xiaomi, or any of the other Chinese manufacturer? Would you give Huawei a chance? Do you think, in other words, that Indonesia, do they have a chance to increase market share in Indonesia at the expense of Samsung, Apple, or any other, Oppo, or any of the others?
Okay, I think Huawei might get a chance if they develop their OS well, because before, when they still have Google as their operating system, Android, let's say, they actually have a quite good market share in Indonesia. The moment when they launched their Huawei P20 or something that has a really good camera technology, the sales in Indonesia is pretty good. But if you ask in the current situation where they do not have that Google anymore, I think as a consumer in consumer perspective, I would not buy Huawei because we still need Google in our daily basis. Thank you.
I like
Right.
Peter's
That's an
question so
honest
much.
answer. Thank you.
Sorry. So I was chiming in there. I like Peter's question so much that I actually want to hear the rest of the other 5 teams in the way that they would answer that one. But if they're allowed, but just concentrating back on the I, T, and B. I in your presentation you mentioned a lot of risk, and in your conclusion you mentioned, I'm summing it up, at least 5 areas of improvement. But where are they okay in terms of managing the risk? Because that part I haven't seen. It's all more negative part and what they should do.
Okay, I think it's what Huawei can do. The solution for Huawei that we are trying to say is that Huawei can try to do more market research in the Middle East or in Africa, in Europe, Middle East or Africa customer that are non-Western countries, so that they can actually introduce their phone better there. That's why that is the one of the way that they can compete with other brands in the smartphone industry.
Okay, I must have not explained my question well. In terms of their risk strategy, the present one, where are they in terms of they're doing okay? Because it's like you've covered most, and you're mentioning most of them are negative and they have to do something, but it's something that they're doing okay.
They are good in their technological sectors. For example, in the last 2 years, where Samsung and Apple still doesn't have the technology where you can take picture in the dark, Huawei already come up with a very great technology that allows you to take picture in a very dark location. That is to say, the technological improvement inside Huawei company is really good, right? Compared to Apple and Samsung that actually have bigger market share because they have the earlier starting point compared to Huawei. That is why we think Huawei can still develop more because they have that great research and development team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay. We still have 3 minutes left, or maybe another question from the judges. No more question?
Yeah, I think I have a question now, the last one.
Okay.
How about the cultural threats, cultural risks? Because it seems no one has covered it quite enough in the previous presentations. Do you think that mobile phones are cultural prone? They are subject to cultural discrimination, cultural imposed risk on marketing mobile devices?
I don't think so that cultural risk affect that much in smartphone industry.
Okay.
Because what makes a smartphone success is the technological that they provide to the customers. Just like how Xiaomi are very famous in India, for example, given the fact that Xiaomi is being produced by China, and or other like Oppo and other brands are really famous as well. That is why we think cultural risks are not that significant in the smartphone industry. But even if it is significant, we think that it is just in the production sectors. For example, like that is the reason why the US are blocking Huawei, that a company from China, from getting the microchip from US and etc. But in terms of sales, we think the obstacles are not really that significant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Any more questions, judges? Maybe one last question. We have only 1 minute left, actually. All right. If there's no more question, let's give a big applause for IT and B team. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for the
judges. Thank you.
And thank you for the judges as well for the questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have all teams already presented their work. Thank you again for all the finalists for the presentation and also the judges for the questions. Now we will have a half an hour break while the judges conclude the score. And then we will be back at 3:45 with the winner's announcement and also the awarding ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned until 3:45. Thank you.
So let's put some music on while waiting. Okay, thank you, Nita. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, all participants. How are you, Colin? What time in Melbourne now?
It's 6:40, 6:45.
Right.
6:45, 3 hours, 3 hours ahead. Yeah.
At your lunchtime, sorry, at your dinner time.
Dinner time. Yes, Natalia is going out to get the dinner tonight. So
Oh yeah,
it's good.
how big she is now?
She's 21, Pa Anton, 21.
Soon you are going to be I believe.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. So we are now arriving at the very end, which is also the summit of today's event, which is the webinar and also the grand final of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. But before I announce the winners, please let us listen to a very, very good song that is called Semangat Perubahan in Indonesia. So please, team, please play the song.
Dunia telah berubah menuju peradaban baru. Siapkan dirimu, kobarkan jiwa semangatmu, tanamkan motivasi, wujudkan jati diri, kobarkan semangat perubahan bagi semua orang. Mandiri dalam bekerja berkarya, optimis dalam berjuang untuk meraih masa depan. Bersama melangkah, satukan tekad dan harapan, hadapi tantangan, hadapi ketidakpastian, tanamkan motivasi, wujudkan jati diri, kobarkan semangat perubahan bagi semua orang. Mandiri dalam bekerja berkarya, optimis dalam berjuang untuk meraih masa depan.
Okay. Thank you very much for our technical team for playing a very, very good song. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. All right, I have received and compiled the result from our grand finals panel of judges. One more time, I would like to once again praise all of our finalists today. You have done a very, very good job, to the point that the score could not be that much differentiated from one team to another. So regardless whether you become the winners or not, you should be proud of yourself. A very, very good job indeed. So congratulations to all of our finalists today. A big round of applause for all the finalists today. Very good job, teams. Thank you very much. All right, without further ado, so this is the result of the International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021 Grand Final. So we'll begin with the third winner. Okay, the third winner. So the third winner is, congratulations to okay, third winner is the question mark team from National University of Singapore. Okay, Congratulations, Kendestan, Akasha Mod, and Darren Fair. Congratulations. Question mark team. Okay, I can see your face now. Yes. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Congratulate Candace, Agasa, and Darren.
So I would like to invite Dr. Istiharini, the head of management undergraduate study program, Parahyangan Catholic University Indonesia, to symbolically give the prize to our third winner today, the question mark team. And also perhaps Dr. Istiharini to deliver a short speech to congratulate our third winner. Okay, please, Dr. Istiharini. And the prize is, please, the prize for our third winner is, cash prize is USD 400, and also the third winner will get 3 free passes to Risk Beyond 2021 International Conference, 3 tickets, and also the
trophy, Ms. Nita.
Oh, the trophy as well, the trophy for the third winner. And also the e-learning, scholarship for e-learning, and also opportunity to get the professional certification in risk management from courtesy by LSP MKS. Okay, so congratulations once again for the third winner. Dr. Istiharini, are you here? To symbolically give the present to our third winner today. Hello?
Apparently, Dr. Istiharini, not yet that. I just read the note from Brigitta.
Okay, maybe Miss Brigitta, are you here? Maybe you can deliver a short speech to congratulate our third winner today. Miss Brigitta Meliani. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, congratulations for the third winner to question mark team. Yeah, thank you for your participation in the competition and good luck for your future.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Brigitta Meliani. So, Mrs. Brigitta Meliani. So, Mrs. Brigitta Meliani Surumbudi PhD is the head of management department, Parahyangan Catholic University Indonesia. All right. So now we move on to the second winner. So who is our second winner for this year's International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021? Congratulations to the second winner is UFAM team from Surabaya University or Universitas Surabaya. Congratulations to Agnes Lestari, Alicia Alawiyah, dan Lady Savitri Sugiarto. A great job indeed. Okay, to symbolically give the presents to our second winner, I would like to invite probably Mr. Fernando Mulia, as the lecturer from Parahyangan Catholic University. Mr. Fernando Mulia, could you please deliver just a short 1 or 2 word speech to congratulate the UFAM team from Universitas Surabaya? Mr. Mulia, are you here? Mr. Fernando Mulia?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please, sir.
Okay, I would like to say congratulations to UFAM from University Surabaya, Agnes Lestari, Alicia Alawiyah, Lady Savitri Sugiarto as the second winner of this International Risk Management Case Solving Competition.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fernando Mulia. So our second winner will get the cash prize of a USD $600 cash prize, a trophy, of course, and also the free passes 3 free passes to attend the International Risk Beyond Conference 2021 at December, and also as well the scholarship for e-learnings and opportunity to get the professional certification in risk management from Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Mitra Kalyana Sejahtera LSP MKS. Congratulations once again to you, FAM team.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, now I'm sure all of you couldn't wait to hear who is our first winner. Our first winner for the IRMCC 2021. Who are they? Please, congratulations to the first winner is Maple Team from Nanyang Technological University. Wang Ying, Li Piao, and Pusparajan Saranya. Congratulations. Excellent job. So are you all, are they here? So you are here, right? Okay. All right, the first winner will get the prize, $1,000, $1,000 US cash prize, and also the trophy. Also, the free passes, 3 free passes to attend the Risk Beyond International Conference 2021, and also Risk Management Certification Program, the scholarship for e-learning, and also the opportunity to get the professional certification, Risk Management Certification Program by LSPMKS. They are accredited by ISO IEC 17024 for tickets to Risk Beyond International Conference. Okay, to symbolically give the prize to our first winner, I would like to invite Dr. Antonius Alijoyo, IRMCC RG, as our chairperson of the judges of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. Please, Dr. Antonius.
Thank you, Nita. Allow me not too short to say something to the first winner, but also to the second and third winner. First of all of you are winner in my eyes because you all want to try something. You want to share something. And this is something that we do hope that, especially those that already at the final, that trying to become the change agent for the future, to make our world better by applying risk management in whatever your role and profession in the future. Lucky me, I'm not one of the judges then to be counted because I believe I'm going to be confused which one that I'm going to give it better scoring or better figure. So this is, but one thing I'd like to share. I don't know whether the other judges also observe. I find myself, this is the lady power are there. Look at the team member. Yeah, most of them are the lady. I'm saying not because envious or jealous, no, but this is something very good in the sense that the lady power, the woman power is going to make the world becoming more balanced. This is not just a profit. This is just that's an economic motive. But we like also to make it, whatever we do, going to make it a better world where we are. So then we do hope that the winner, especially the first one, we do hope that you take this is something like a journey, moral responsibility to become professional. Because myself, together with many friends, the judges, witnessing many things, not only in our own country, but also that all over the world. And also I'm sitting as one of the technical member worldwide for the risk management, sustainability, compliance, and so forth, and etc., including ratifying the ISO 31000 standard at Switzerland, together with people with more than 40 countries. So then this is actually a breathtaking relief, seeing the younger generation Congratulations to everybody, and try to become better and better again. Next year, we are going to expand and inviting some from Europe, getting stronger, getting more much tougher, but more enjoyable. So thank you also to all the judges. Yeah, I do believe that you have already done the work. I do believe that you didn't quarrel each other, but the result, it is as it is. So congratulations. Thank you, Nita. Thank you. Congratulations, Maple. Remind me with Canadian leave, but well.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Antonius Alijoyo, our chairperson of the judges of International Risk Management Case Solving Competition 2021. Once again, congratulations, a big congratulations to our 3 winners, the Maple team, the UFM team, and also question mark team. And also congratulations to all the finalists today. As I have said earlier, you all have done a really, really great job. Thank you very much. Keep pushing yourself and your fellow students to dream big and think big. Congratulations once again to all of you for your outstanding work. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our fruitful event today. On behalf of the main organizer, Center for Risk Management and Sustainability, CRMS, and also Parahyangan Catholic University Undergraduate Program of Management, I would like to thank again our main sponsors, Enterprise Risk Management Academy, IRMCC Singapore, LSP MKS, Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Mitra Kalyana Sejahtera Indonesia, and also the supports from IRMAPA, Indonesia Risk Management Professional Association. So before we end the event, I would like to remind that the 3 winners, please come back to the Zoom room by 4:30 for a short interview. Okay, 4:30. Thank you.
4:30 Indonesian time.
4:30 GMT plus 7 Indonesian time.
So allow me to say thank you again to the judges, all the contestants, to the all
Thank you very
finalists.
much.
Imelda, thank you.
Yes, can we have a
Alan
photo
Simon,
op
thank
though?
you. Colin Adams, Ahmed, thank you, and Peter.
So everyone, before we end, Pak, please
take a
let us have a group photo, Pak.
Oh yes,
Group
yes,
photo.
yes.
Please, everybody, turn on your camera. Please adjust your position, your best angle.
I'm wearing a nice shirt.
Yes.
My friend Colin, my friend Colin wearing a nice shirt too. But shirt, small shirt.
Okay, so technical team, please lead the photo session, Mr. Fikri.
Okay. On 3, everyone. 3, 2, 1. Okay. One more time.
Freestyle, okay? Freestyle.
Freestyle. I don't know.
3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you,
very
Nita.
much.
Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations to the
Thank
3.
you, Brigita.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak. Thank you.
To all the panelists, I will send you email to join the interview Zoom room. So please wait. Okay, we will have interview.
Okay.
Okay.
The oldster can leave, right?
Yeah.
The youngster
Attendance, thank you very much. Wish you a very
Bye,
great weekend. Stay safe and stay healthy. Everybody, have a great weekend.
Was
Thank you very
enjoyable.
much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you very soon.
Congratulations for all the winners again.
Congratulations. Bye. Thank you, Miss Imelda. Oh, thank you, Bu Brigita Meliati. Thank you, Bu.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Nita.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando Mulia. Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you very much. So please, teams, the winners, we will be back here at 4:30. Yeah, 4:30 for the short interview. Thank you.